infrastructure, telecommunications wise in Western Massachusetts. Federal government promised to wire up everywhere. Starting 2004, federal government invested billions of dollars in programs to have high-speed internet in rural areas. They never did it. I see that I lost everybody. Okay. But either way, I'm going to just continue. So what I was talking about before was the speeches in front of the scroll, in front of the Celebrity Center. And I decided that night, I don't have anything better to do other than my music right now, and I can do enough of that. I have my chat widget. Okay. I decided that night that I'd jump in with both feet, and I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do immediately. I was trying to figure out what best to do. There. Thank you for indicating that. Thanks for being here. So I decided the night of those speeches, I was already pretty close. Look away from this. I couldn't look away from this, and that I shouldn't look away from this, and this is something. It's up and down the hill, so I went down, and it's bip, 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 bip. So I'm up over a hill again, and maybe we're gonna get a network connection. I don't know. Because again, when this network connection line, I'm getting I get an error message, and I don't want to talk about the scrolls or the survivors and have it just be blocked up. I decided that night. Oh well, I can't. Oh no, Nora's speech, Nora. Very many of you spoke to the building and spoke to the people in the building. Nora, you turned to the building and you talked to the people in there in a way with so much compassion, and to just holding the door open, keeping a light on. We're here for you whenever it is that you choose to leave. I am so impressed with you, Nora. The way you are able to speak at length about these complex issues, stay on topic, stay on message. This is something I have trouble with. And such clarity, such compassion, but then putting in the barb and the criticism exactly where and at the level that's necessary, without going over. It's like getting on stage at the most famous game show, daytime. Oh, lots of cops. Yeah, so, tractor trailer spun out. Nora, I'm so impressed. Your communication abilities are, they're top. In my book. And, see you as a new leader of this movement. I've put this a bunch of places. I want to see you. If there's to be a next television show, I want it to be you. From your perspective. But everybody's perspective, it's just... but there's so many great ones. It could be all of them. It could be all of them. Aaron's a great communicator. It's like the connection with the camera that he has. As soon as you see his videos, he's staring dead into the camera with this big, inviting face, and he's smiling at you, and he's giving you the bright eyes, and it draws you in. Communication, great. Kelly Copter has got her own style, and it's like just as effective, just as attractive, draws you in, ready for television, in my opinion. Ready for prime time. Nora, people don't know that they need you in their lives, is what I think. And if they get a piece of it, they're going to want more. They're going to want more of that. In my opinion, that could be sold like hotcakes, and it could do a lot for the movement. There are some very high-level communicators in this movement that are killing it. But I don't know what it is. Just like, I think it's the communication style. I think it's how heartfelt it is. I think it's the seriousness that you bring to it. And there's stylistically something about your compassion that I think will resonate with a wider audience. It's the last rest stop for a while. 9 miles out here in Western Mass. They're punctuated sparsely. Here we go. About to run out of the gas. All right. First stop. Just, I'm in a parking lot. Want to pay extra attention. People drive stupid in parking lots. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I have these big idea entertainment industry things, for the movement, and I don't know. There are ways of bringing them about. And Laura, I the emotional reaction that you had, it's like you were flying so high that day, and then like it all came down to this like crucible of that moment, at least to me from where I was, and you showed us the humanity of this, just the raw nerve of it, of the pain that this causes and the pain that it continues to cause. I'm just so impressed with your art and your music, your aesthetic. The folks that I mentioned before, yeah, TV. You should be rocking big stages, a whole bunch of people jumping in the air in time to learning and loving, and that's the way I see it, in my mind's eye. I wish nothing but the best for you in whatever you choose to do. Well, there is something that I'm noticing here. You all are very well organized in a particular way, and I think the training, and the Sea Org members especially, the organization, the training, and because they were marshaling you to do a lot of things martially. They don't know what they produce. They made very effective tools to be used against them. And it's each one of you that I've mentioned, and many, many more that I see as the best foils against this stuff. And so, I mean, that whole night is just, it's pretty amazing to see it through a screen. To see this coming together. And so I did what usually my first reaction is to this kind of thing, is I started to make art. Rather than like tear down the four walls of where I live and drive myself crazy howling at the moon, try to drive and focus all of this upset and the rage against this injustice and the flowing of compassion and the tears for the survivors into something useful. And I thought first off, making some kind of cultural artifacts that are just fun. Well, I found that in any of these movements, after a time, like the regular message and everybody's there to keep it going, it needs to be more like a way of life kind of thing. And so there needs to be like regular life social dinners, get-togethers. You start to weave the regular side of life into the movement. And so you break bread together, you have these meals, maybe do like a regular activity and don't talk about the movement. And then along with that, you have inside jokes, you have, these images, protest songs drive this, cultural artifacts, kind of to put meat on the bones of something. I'm not saying mine are worth a damn, is really just what I was doing to not go totally nuts in the face of all of this. Because I mean, that can happen for me. That can happen. And, I had a few days of that, of, just producing little things and little production sketches of songs and stuff and tossing them around. And anybody that's received any of this material, if I didn't make it clear in the email, which I absolutely tried to, if I sent you this stuff, please use it for anything you like. Do anything you want with it. Mangle it, wrangle it, flangle it, drangle it, whatever it is. Steal away now. Do all that. That's what it's for. They're meant to be like postcards, and you could give to each other, hey, I found this on the street, there it is. I'm not looking for anything. I'm live streaming and I'm doing this to try to bring more attention. I figured that I tried to listen to Streets, I tried to listen to DOA. I like their methodology. I think they've got solid strategy, solid tactics, and it's people on the chats or whatever, they disagree with this, that, and the other thing, and maybe I disagree with this, that, and the other thing, but whatever. Like, you can't argue with the results. So I am down. I am down with those results, guys. Yeah. Those are some good results. Yeah. But either, I like the strategy. I like the tactics. And, anything that I may disagree with is like total small ball potatoes. Who cares? Throwaway next to the net gain benefit that you are producing for this community. Just like, it's undeniable, or it shouldn't be. In my opinion, it shouldn't be denied. And so a couple days of that, I'm like, this isn't cutting it. This isn't going to cut it. I never thought that it was going to cut it. It was just what I was trying to do to not go totally emotionally nuts. And it worked. It worked. I saved my own very ass. And came to the realization that I don't want to be doing this vicariously. I don't want to be doing this only through a screen. I don't want to be just in the peanut gallery with my popcorn and typing away and having all my thoughts and trying to get people's attention or what. And I mean, that's what the stuff is. I'm looking for an exchange, and some of my ideas I like, and I'd like to see them reflected or challenged. I like an actual discussion that's challenging. Please tear down my ideas. You're going to teach me something. Don't get enough of it. I'm not always the best. And I think we all have times when our goat has been gotten. But, and I do have a temper at times. But yeah, I try to learn from people and their criticism. Art school is a good teacher for that. You can't make any good art without critique. Well, that's not true. Some people just have it. They're able to see. But either way, well, yeah, okay, just really quick. I don't know if this is a real quote. It's just a saying that gets thrown around and attributed to Leonardo da Vinci. He said there are three kinds of people in the world. There are those that can see. There are those that can see when shown, and there are those that cannot see. And there's like a million gradations in between all of those, and probably there's a few more dimensions of that in actual fact. And it's kind of a rough hand of awareness. And yeah, there's some artists that can just see, and they don't need anybody to tell them anything about anything. It's extremely rare. So tried to figure out what I could do, and looked into the movement, tried to all the time. It seems to me, seemingly, I think, because I can't, okay, so like a diagram of that is, say like a particularly bad kind of conversation I find is when one side is Beethoven is the best composer in the world, and the other side takes Mozart is the best composer ever in the world, and as their ultimate realities that can be proven. There are very few things that are ultimate in that way, and maybe nothing at all. The best we have are geometric and arithmetic, mathematical proofs, and physical laws, and those are up to revision and should be scrutinized, and they are. They are. So anything beyond that is people's opinion and seemingness to me. So if I'm to be actually accurately communicating, talking in the language of seeming, it's no. I can't remember the name of this guy. I'll go into the philosophy of it. It's mid 20th century philosophy stuff. But I looked into what was happening still in Boston. I knew that the org on Marlborough Street had closed, and I was also aware that in 2014, Scientology attempted to buy a building in what was formerly called Dudley Square, which is it's a poor neighborhood, and it's been particularly targeted for, ever since the mid 20th century white flight of cities. And basically city managers let places like this where there were larger minority populations that took over these places, they just let them go to hell. All the infrastructure, no investment, all the education system, no investment, all this stuff. So it's an at-risk community because of the poverty. It's the poorest voting district in Massachusetts. It's where 70% of the homicides occur. And Scientology was going to post up right there. And so they bought this building, and they didn't develop it for 3 years, and they lost it. 2017, they lost it. I was so happy. The good article in the Boston Globe. If you look at the archives, if you look at the archives for the Boston Globe, it's a really good one. A lot of developers are like, "Oh, thank God, we thought we were done with these jerks." So I found out that there's only like a rinky-dink couple of missions in Massachusetts that are left. There's a mission in Alston-Brighton that they're trying to get up off of its feet. Alston-Brighton is like college land. It's equidistant between Boston College and Boston University, and it's like a cheap place for college kids to live while they're going to school. And so Scientology's posting up, going after the kids. They're like, okay, so... Well, I think they were going for Dudley because of the newly minted cross-mogenation of the Nation of Islam. And Scientology. Just can't believe it. Okay, I'm idling here. I'm gonna pull up to the gas pump, get myself some gas. And let's see. So found out about the rinky-dink, shrinky-dink missions, and I'm like, yeah, we can do that. They're not quite all the way there yet, and like, I don't know about this enough about this movement, I feel, to like just go solo in Boston and do this. So where can I get in with this movement? Where can I get in with these people and learn kind of more, and especially from survivors, what I should know, what this is all about? I don't want to just think that I already know. So and so then what does that look like? And I'm like, okay, so Clearwater's active all the time. Austin, new org. I can't get there right now. Los Angeles, geez, that's a long way away, and trying to look at flights. Flights super duper expensive. And then the Chicago opening. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I used to drive to Colorado and back all the time. Chicago was my midway point of doing it in one day. And I tried to go from Boston to the other side of Chicago in a day and to sleep in Joliet, so that when I woke up in the morning, I would be on the other side of Chicago traffic and it would be all cornfields. Because you get outside of Joliet, like, I don't know, 10, 15 miles, and that's where the cornfields start, and that's your day for the rest of the day. It's just flat in that. So March 3rd came up, and I'm like, that's doable. That can be done. Okay, how much does gas cost? I can do that. I can do all of this. It's not a problem. And then all of the old protest stuff came up in my mind. All of the old protest stuff. And I'm like, and I can make signs, and I can do this. I'm going to get the noisemakers, and I'm going to prepare this way. I'm going to prepare that way. And this might be the rest of my life. I mean, I'm still going to be a musician. I'm still going to do all of this stuff, but because I see Scientology, I mean, there are a bunch of predatory cults out there. Scientology is weak. They're weak. And they're weak right now. And they're getting weaker and feebler all the time. And like the gazelle in the pack that has the broken leg a little bit, it's going to be the first one to go. And I think, as an example of what is going to happen to the rest of them, who go after kids, who mess with people's minds, take their money, take their lives. Because once Sciento goes down, I don't want to stop. So I'm going to get some gas. If y'all want to hang out. And I'll be back in a second. Have fun. Massachusetts used to not have the automatic latchy things for the gas pumps because they said they were dangerous. They, people left them unattended or, maybe drove off with the things. Now they finally have them back so I can say hello. Hello again, hello. Hello again, hello. I have like stock songs for phrases, and that's my hello stock song. Other people, it's Lionel Richie. So yeah, no, reigniting the protest side of myself because I've been throwing myself on the street since I was 12 to do this. Like me and a few people at the junior high school that I was at, the first one that I got involved with, we were like, yeah, we're doing a walkout for Desert Storm. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. No blood for oil. And well, there are a bunch of reasons. The United States is saying, oh, we're going to save the Kuwaiti people they're just nice. They're nice. They're super nice. We're going to save them from this evil dictator that we were funding, that was on the CIA payroll. Okay, that we were funding up until the day after the invasion. Okay, so the diplomat Joe Wilson, he was the State Department representative in Iraq at the time, and he says that the feds didn't tell him anything. He was telling Saddam up until like the week of, no, the United States is not going to invade. He didn't know the plans that they had on. And the argument is, so I don't know who told the Kuwaitis to do this, but Saddam's reason for invading Kuwait, if you believe him, which I don't, but it seemed as though part of the reality is that the Kuwaitis had been slant drilling into his oil fields. And oil, the petroleum industry, is the only thing that is propping states like that up, and it's a mortal threat to him. And so he had to invade. But that's what Joe Wilson says. Joe Wilson, his wife is Valerie Plame, the Plame affair, when the Bush administration basically doxed a CIA agent because they didn't like Joe Wilson, who exposed if you remember the Niger yellow cake, was one of the excuses for invading Iraq. He just disproved the cables that were supposed to prove that was actually a real thing as total forgeries because, well, they got the French wrong. They misspelled the French. That was in the things. So that was my first, it's on the street, walkout, junior high school, went to the city hall, made a ruckus, got on the TV, and I think Howard Zinn, the historian, put it in his book, in a People's History of the United States. Okay, my gas is done. Be right back. Yes. So that started my activism. I identify as, I don't know, I'm a bisexual man. And as such, I found myself like right in, you know, this cultural freaking volcano that was the AIDS crisis in the 90s. A lot of the social ills in the United States hit their peak in between 1989 and 1991. And we're talking, you know, like teen pregnancy, violent crime, theft, homicide rate, so many things. Very, 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 very bad time to be a human in the United States. They are not gonna let me on the highway. For those who have never driven in Massachusetts, you're probably not gonna like it. The drivers here are super duper aggressive and dumb. I did the AIDS dance-a-thon, you know, showed up at the Common for the stuff. I was trying to be involved, and because I mean, the press and the government were just ignoring up until a point. It took till like the mid-90s before the real good talk that we were actually going to do the investment to like come up with the treatments to actually of the darkness that they were suffering under, because religious fools and other unscientific idiots had put all sorts of morality, this, that, and the other thing on a virus. And seeing what the government and what the press would do to the real information and how they would treat people who are really suffering and dying just showed me what this country was, and I never forgot. I never forgave either. And there's no reason why you should, because the United States government means to do real harm to, well, whoever they can get away with doing it to, seemingly, if it's in their if it's in their interest. So, you know, did that work. Worked for the Purgs. It's like environmental organizations that, you know, do consciousness raising, do door knocking, subscriptions for the Sierra Club, and that kind of thing. And I don't know, the year that I did that, I could have been making a lot more money, and I may have like lost a relationship over it. I don't know, there are other reasons. There are a lot of other reasons. That's not true at all. I was just saying it was a strain because I wasn't making very much money at all. Just donating my time. And the program we were running was, George W. Bush in 2002 was trying to open up the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, ANWR, for drilling. And what ANWR is 5% of the north coast of Alaska that was left, that hadn't been bought up for oil drilling rights. There's this little preserve, this little 5% strip, and you know, you got caribou population, you've got a native population that exists off of, you know, the natural ding darn cycle of everything, and a major extraction effort there was going to interrupt all of that, and also poison the water and kill everything, and be an inefficient. And they weren't even sure how well those wells were going to do. It was speculative to a degree, somewhat speculative. And so the winter. No, that's not right. That's not right. No, it wasn't 2001, 2002. It was the winter of 2000, 2001. So it was before 9/11, right? It was the first year of the Bush administration. I already knew this guy was evil and that all of his policies needed to be resisted. This neocon wasn't even as well. He wasn't as intelligent as his father, and his father's a war hero. I mean, I hate George H.W. Bush with a burning passion, because he does real harm to people, and people don't know enough about him. But he was an actual war fighter. He was shot down over the Pacific as a fighter pilot. Survived. So, they called him the wimp president. Like, that was a news article when he was running, and I'm like, oh no. No. Fighter pilot? I mean, he says he joined CIA 1969 or 72. It was first 72 and then he dropped it back. But it's clear that he was CIA immediately after university. That's what Skull and Bones is all about. He was a bonesman, and generations running the country from the shadows with a knife out, kind of stuff. And then he became director of Central Intelligence, 1976, and then he becomes vice president. So, former, fighter pilot, former CIA operative, very, very high up, former director of the CIA, became vice president and then president. I don't trust him. Never did. But his kid is, I'm going to swear, total shitwit. And I hate his painting. You were like, but he's trying. I'm like, ugh. Honestly, I've been to art school. That ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. It's a hobby. It's a hobby for somebody who killed millions of people. So, like, I don't know why you're trying to humanize a mass murderer. I know why, because he has a PR team trying to convince you that you should humanize a mass murderer. And they're very convincing arguments, but to me, they're all garbage. I know where this garbage comes from. I've seen how exactly that sausage is made. And I know the people that do it. We'll go into that at some point. If I have more time, if I'm live streaming like this for extended periods. But George W. I didn't trust and was already out there like, stuff needs to be done. I can't believe he got elected. It was illegal how he got elected. We're going to resist all this stuff. So Anwar. Oh, right. Oh, well, the next job I got was the worst job I got. And I guess why I said I almost lost a relationship due to my activism is, and it was really all my projection. So it was all my doing. That I thought the individual that I was trying to stay in a relationship with needed to see that I was more of like a provider and somebody that could bring home the bacon, and as such, I got a job with. So I went from like activism to kind of one of the worst businesses that you could possibly be involved in. One of the most predatory, politically powerful in any large city, to the point where no mayor is going to get elected unless they bow and scrape to these concerns. Within that company, there's a lot of shady stuff that went on. And I didn't last very long. I lasted like under a year and quit. And went from there to what's called the the Unitarian Universalist Service Committee, or the UUSC, which is a human rights group and disaster relief formed to provide disaster relief to victims of the Holocaust and do the humanitarian aid. But they had programs at the time that was like the disaster in the Congo. There's a bunch of domestic stuff. They had been doing stuff about reducing the prison population, but after 9/11, we couldn't raise a dime. Everybody was like, lock them all up. Everybody that's against America. For a little while, we forgot that we had this bloated prison system that we were... 1998, we started to talk about prison reform, and there was a long conversation that all died out in 2001. All of it was just gone. And it took like another decade or more for that conversation to start again. So, doing actual good. And somewhere in there, I got the idea to go back to college and finish my music degree, and that didn't work, and blah, blah, blah. And so UUSC was kind of, I think, the last time, besides like showing up for street protests, it's like, all the anti-war protests from 2003 through 2008, because they fizzled after that. I was there for, well, I didn't have a car until I was like 30, and biked all over Boston or had a skateboard, and wherever I was, by the by, I didn't bring one this time, but if you're doing serious street protest, there's no better friend, if you're good on a skateboard, than a skateboard. Okay? There's no better friend. It is transportation. It is a seat. It is like a dolly. It's wheels to move things, and sometimes, unfortunately, people who cannot be moved. It is also a shield with two handles. It's a shield. Now, if you're holding it as a shield, better have gloves. Better have those gloves. It's the other thing that you can easily, figure out what it is. I never used it as that other thing, and I never intend to. And I don't have one now, but it's just like, hey, word to the wise. If you're good on a skateboard, skateboards are great for protests. And the other thing, transportation, I meant, there's, and even a finer point there, it's a means of escape. So, like the scooters or whatever else, but Boston cops can't run. Usually they ain't good at running. So, but I wasn't really active, like working in a movement. Since then, I got a gig touring, and was on the road till 2012, and back in Boston in 2013, and after that, just working in the theater, and kind of just everything calmed down for me. Until a couple weeks ago, and seeing this movement, seeing that there's something that I can do in this movement. There's something that I could have been doing the whole time in very many movements, and I am somewhat ashamed that I've spent this much time inactive, because I know that I can be effective. And now's a time what it was, and it wasn't because no, I was given if I couldn't pick up what Serge and Liz, and if I can't pick up what Aaron and Nora and, oh, my ears. Oh, I'm sorry. if I can't pick up, I would have no emotional spectrum, seemingly. If I couldn't figure out that was the best thing that I should be doing right now, is to get involved to help people. And even like at the higher levels, if you're working in the back office, like for me, like the higher up you go in one of these movements, you're involved. Like the actual effect and the why we're doing this becomes so much more clear. And I mean, everybody chooses their level of involvement. I am eternally grateful to the people here making a good example of what making some good trouble is all about. Some good trouble. So Pearl Snappy, I'm a never in, Pearl Snappy never in. But I think we've seen like to be manipulated, to be thrown around, to be abused, and to have to be at risk, and to have just the general public be completely unawares, and even if they do become aware, just kind of apathetic, not really doing anything about it. I mean, at least this is what I see. This is what I see. Streets, man. I mean, I've been interested in First Amendment auditing for a little while. Vicariously, just looking. And Streets has got it. I've seen a lot of. I'm not teaching anybody to buy everything. This dude. Okay, again, it's a valley. I'm gonna lose connection. You get up over here, and so three towers are gonna triangulate me, and there we are. So Streets. Not only does he know the business of the police, not only does he know the laws, the statutes, local statutes, the federal law, the Supreme Court cases that govern these things, right? Which is what you need to know as a First Amendment auditor. You need to know the ins and outs of that. That's the game. That's how that game is played. At least, I don't know. I'm not a First Amendment auditor. That's what I see on the outside. But if you don't know that, you're in danger out on the street doing that stuff. But not only that, he understands the history of the town that he's in, why all of this came about. Streets talks at length about the political figures that are currently operating. Streets talks about what's motivating those people, what they want, what they're trying to do, how they've sold themselves to the people of Los Angeles, and then what they're actually doing. He knows their business, man. Basically, that's how you motivate a politician. That's how powerful people motivate a politician. That's how parties, like the Democratic or the Republican Party, motivate politicians to do what they want. You figure out where their money is. You figure out what they want. And you do an end run on it. You grab at that stuff. And you get in the way of it, or you threaten their access to what they want, or you threaten to expose maybe if it's something that they want that they shouldn't want. All that. Streets, man. Streets. Because putting those two pieces together, top down, right? So getting him from both ways. It's the best. It's the best. It's the next dimension of the thing. And then work in the press to shame them. Work in the fucking, excuse me, work in the public relations industry against them, which, the cops usually, they've enjoyed this kind of almost total protection from the press, and they still basically do. They still basically enjoy total protection. But there are cracks in the dam. off of messaging now, and that's about police brutality and corruption, then they will run that story. If it doesn't threaten their advertisers, their advertising money, then they will run that story. If it resonates with their audience, a certain percentage of their demographic, they will run that story. And only if ain't any of those people taking a risk for the right reason. See the movie Network for clarification. None of those people. And the news industry was always like that. It's gotten worse. People chasing clicks and likes. Clicks and likes. See season 3 of The Newsroom for that clarification. Starring BJ Novak as an evil billionaire. Hi BJ, if you ever see this, I remember you hanging out at sleepovers in my house. Hi BJ. I don't think he'll ever see this. Oh, maybe. Not so great a Celebrity Jeopardy run there, BJ. You got slammed, bro. Not a good look. Yeah, Streets, man. It's triangulating this stuff. And so working all of these angles, getting these kids educated on the street, doing the good work and getting finer and finer and finer. Man, Chris, without a Hellcat. The neutral presence. But positive neutral. So it's like somewhat attractive and just generally unthreatening, and have already been an effective operative. But like, you're just starting. It's gonna, I can't imagine, because you don't know where movements like this, because for things that are impossible, like socially, I think the phrase is, they seem impossible until they happen, and then they seem inevitable. That is always going to happen, but only after the street. But not given an inch. Oh man, but not given an inch. So I think it's a complicated person. It's a complicated person, and I think that's very interesting, and it makes for a very interesting, multifaceted person that has a whole bunch of gears that they can shift into to be effective on a number of different levels. It's so impressive. And the display of like raw humanity without like the regular niceties on it, and just, it's another kind of protest. It's the protest of like the rigidity of our social order, and the rigidity of like expectations of class and status, and expectations of like how one's to be perceived if they dress a certain way, if they use a certain word in a certain context or anything like that. He's challenging all of those things at the same time, seemingly. And I know people don't like that. People don't like it. People don't like that. It's off-putting, even if they don't know what exactly is going on. Even if they don't know, they'll get agitated. They'll get agitated by, well, what I think is like, so you're offering things that are out of people's prescribed ways of thinking about something, right? You're being a certain way, you're saying certain things that are just, but this isn't how it's supposed to be. And rather than like, oh man, yeah, Western Mass, Jesus. Every valley is going to be a signal cut, I think. Until I get out of these ding darn hills and get closer to civilization. I don't know if you're hearing any of that. Although, just to explain to myself, how is it already 1 o'clock? And this day's getting away from me. But, so for me, psychologically, when you offer things that are like aberrations, yeah, it's not. I don't know if you guys, well, you one person, can hear this, but yeah. So you're acting weird. You're acting in an aberrant manner, or at least out of somebody's frame of reference, right? And then all of a sudden, you're asking them to think. They now have to think a little bit more because they don't have a ready category and a label to be like, oh, you're this, and so I can think about you in this way, and I can associate like a whole bunch of other judgments from this category to you. And so DOA, and I think, does this to people just being who he is. They look at him, they're like, wait a minute, he's looking like that, and he's wait, you can't be a protester with no shoes. You can't this. You can't do this and that, because well, generally what I'm saying to myself is like, yes, he can, and it's only kind of the limitations of your imagination that's driving any of that. Really. So, yeah, so he confuses people and he makes them angry. I think people get angry when they're asked to think more than they would like, and especially if they don't know if that's going on. It's brain activity, at least as far as I know, is a highly caloric intensive activity. So I think so you're burning a lot of fuel thinking, and we're really big fans as organisms of giving up of our energy for no ding darn reason. And if we're being made to think about stuff that we don't want to think about, or we don't think is important, or we're just having like, you offend me, you disgust me kind of reaction, which is a universal, disgust is a kind of universal emotion, so yeah, so he really pisses people off. They don't even know. They're like, what if? And that's even more befuddling. It's like, wait a minute, I thought I was dealing with a freak. This ain't no freak. That was a coach in question. No, that can't, wait a minute. Again, and I mean, then you make them think even more, and then it's a real trap. Yeah, my favorite kind. Street theater of the best kind. I love it. I used to do some of this stuff. Again, I'm really sorry I fell off. I should never have stopped. I don't know what scared me, the cops, or what people would think about me. Like, not doing things like this, not speaking. I've been afraid of what people might think about me, I think. And hiding myself away, hiding my opinions away. Telling myself I'm not worthy, or that, I can't be effective. When it was that, if you don't try, you're going to miss all those opportunities, right? Yeah, you're never going to hit a home run if you don't step up to the plate. I'm coming with bells on, literal bells, actual bells. Coming with the bells. And thanks again to the survivors. Thanks to everybody in the SPTV community. Thanks to all of the mods. Thanks to all the people who are in chat, exchanging these ideas and helping each other out, watching the backs of these protesters, getting information for them, trying to protect them as best they can, making calls, doing investigative work, and making art and doing what they can do. Thanks to everybody. All of you inspired me. All of you pushed me out here. I'm out on the road because of all of you. I never want this to get into a spot where it's just like, I'll tell you about myself to give like background or whatnot, but I don't want to like big up myself here because it's just not how I feel. And it's this. I am so grateful. I am so grateful for the inspiration that I've received. This has changed my life. I just had a New Yorker pull right out in front of me, going 10 miles under the speed limit on the passing lane in the highway. My first encounter with a New York driver over the state line was not so good. Not so good. Oh no, I'm not over the state line. I'm in Lee. That's right. There, I'm just at the line. Just about. There's a New Yorker going back to their home. There's a rivalry. I don't know how healthy it is, but there is one between Massachusetts and New York State. We culturally don't like each other. I don't know why. We are very, very similar. I do really love New Yorkers. I grew up with the East Coast thing, and the hardness and the practicalness and the reality, and the like, hey, fuck you, buddy, is like as almost like a friendly gesture. It's bizarre, but this is life-changing. I was depressed. I go through major bouts of depression. Like, whatever it is, all the way up, that's been me at different times. Struggling, trying to survive, and barely getting away with it. When I finished my degree in psychology this summer, I was just completely blown apart by feeling like I was put up to engaging in a life that wasn't me, and going massively in debt. Whatever, I'll be able to pay it down. Just like a bachelor's degree at a state. I was out, I wasn't active, I didn't feel like I was living. I was not living my life. And build scenery, labor stuff, and the value of hard work for a just cause and how meaningful that is. And that's the gift that I've received from this community, is this inspiration giving me the opportunity to re-engage with that side of myself and to do some good, and to get out there and do some good for some other people, rather than to drown in my own tears and my own grief. That I can process this stuff. And I was very down about everything, feeling bad about everything in my friends. of everything, because when we're feeling the most bad about ourselves is when we're the most critical. And so when I'm hypercritical, I try to be aware. Or just use it as a warning to go back and to try to examine how I came in to that feeling. With trauma victims, sometimes you'll find yourself in like a completely enraged state, and you won't know how you got there. You'll just be there, and just like your whole mind's set on fire, and you're just bouncing off the walls. And it's a really good practice to try to go back and figure out what all that is. This movement just, it was clear. It was clear to me after a time of thinking about it that there's no sweat off my back. Like, yeah, it's some gas money or whatever. Well, a fair amount of gas money, but who gives a shit? Like, what this is going to bring me just on a purely selfish level, purely like a therapeutic level is so worth it. And then, that's minuscule next to the actual good that, this protest movement has the potential of doing. And there's like several other ands for faith in humanity. Faith in humanity is what I've gotten from these survivors that I was losing. It's becoming a very bitter person. Very bitter. Very angry. As I was all in loss and just seeing the degradation of our society not slowing down. And the at-risk community that I come from, mental illness, addiction, just being treated worse and worse. And getting a degree in psychology and seeing that nothing was changing. The language that they were using was still terrible. And that taking up that profession at this time, I would be fighting a whole incredibly moneyed industry to engage in the kinds of therapies that I believe would be effective. And I would be more effective running in the political side. And well, that's why I was going into research, to try to generate the data to prove out that the new class of therapies that are kind of on the drawing boards right now are actually what we should be engaged in. And well, I was sick. Okay, so with psychology, it's part of what this is for research. C-SPAN is my ESPN. Okay, I'm subscribed. My YouTube subscriptions are equal SPTV and House committees, House and Senate committees. And you see these politicians, they'll try to make some big political point, waving around a single study, some paper generated within the cycle of anything. So, I was just, sick of seeing this used as a tactic and wanting to get into research to also educate the public about the nature of such things, about the nature of research, so that politicians couldn't pull a trick like that. They couldn't pull stuff like that on my friends. So this is part of why I was getting into research, is to fight these kinds of misconceptions in the public, so that politicians can't use a single study as the hammer of Thor, because any scientist who's looking at any of this data is like, okay, Where's the next half a dozen that proves this point? And then what's the opposite side? And I'm going to read an equal amount about that side. And if I have a bias for one side, I'm going to read more on the opposite of that. If you're really trying to take care of your closely held beliefs, and seeing these people stand up when it's dangerous for them to do it. And I've got nothing to lose. But I mean, even like little fish in this pond get abused for sure. And it's part of, I think, why people don't get involved, is because Scientology has a reputation of just like, oh yeah, we're going for you, and stay out of Mr. McGregor's garden or you're going to get whacked. The bravery also was like a little source of shame. These people are so brave and they have so much more to lose. They're right there on the front line. And I mean, people are taking swings, serious swings at their whole life, their reputation, their livelihoods. I don't know of examples of their like freedom, like trying to get them locked up, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I mean, Scientology fair gaming people and trying to get them, you know, arrested on fake charges all the time. Absolutely. Like, we've seen countless examples recently of Scientology basically swatting. If you don't know, swatting protesters is it's the practice of, and you probably don't need that for a big crowd that's just hanging out in front of a Scientology building, but it's one guy. Can you imagine them deploying like a cloud of tear gas for Jay? It's Denver PD, I can. They're monsters. Denver PD. Okay. Well, Colorado. People have this idea about Colorado. Ooh, it's a kind of blue or maybe purple state. Now, there are some college towns that have a liberal bent to them, you know. Well, Denver has a kind of liberal bent, some more, you know, kind of not super right-wing politicians, and Boulder, obviously, you know. Boulder, and Fort Collins, where I lived for a time, you know, it's a college town. They protect the college money and they do college things. Everywhere else is as right-wing as, jeez. Okay, so, and that's how the state is set up. And so, Jay is facing a police force that the prison system in Colorado has one of the highest recidivism rates in the country. So, which recidivism, like, you know, you're going back in after you get out, right? And so a higher percentage of people go back in after they get out of prison in Colorado than anywhere else in the country. It's a revolving door. And the judges suck, and the cops know it, and they act like it. And so that's why the cops can get away with, that's why the police can get away with doing stuff like what they did to Jay all the livelong day. I mean, that's all of my experience with Colorado police, is some fascist who every word out of their mouth is a lie. Every word. Like, they don't know the statutes, or they don't care. They'll misquote them. They don't care. They don't care. They'll do whatever they want to do to try to intimidate you to get the result that they want, and that's all that they're there to do. They're not there to help you. They're not, they're like, I've seen them go after the cops. kids too, man. Like, get arrested. Well, yeah, arrested, illegally detained. It's not it's not just a detainment. It's an illegal detainment. Over 20 minutes until he berated them into loosening them because it is against their policy. So super duper tight cuffs, 10 cops. Launcher. Hey, it's just that. Guilty of being asleep. Guilty of being privileged and asleep. And I hate that side of myself. I mean, well, I'm trying to build a very negative association with that side of myself so that I can better resist it. So that I can put it down. So I can freaking help people instead of just hanging around, wasting my time, just letting my life go by. So Jay's facing some serious stuff, some real fascistic practices that Colorado jurisprudence supports. And that's why the police act like that, because the judges support it, the DAs are right along with it. Plenty of people are in those jails for little to no reason. Colorado is a victim-blaming police force. They target people that make complaints like very many police forces. First Amendment auditing, there's a lot in Colorado. There's a lot in a lot of states. I don't know, maybe just because I used to live there and I know the flavor, I was more focused on them. But there's been First Amendment auditors in Colorado who've won second every minute, every incident of lying, of any of the negative stuff that they're doing that is against their policies is just like, I'd be making a list and putting a number next to it as a lawyer if I were a lawyer. And that's what they're meant to do, and that's why you want them fighting. And they want a piece of that money too. So it's not totally altruistic. They are, if you've got a good case, that's the big fat deer with the rack out there that they're looking to bag that year. So I very much hope Jay, I hope in a couple years that you fight this out and that you win a new home courtesy of Denver PD. Because they owe you that. I think they owe you that. I think they owe the community another shaming of what you should never do as a police officer. I think Denver should be well aware that we should hire not one more of these fascists who all they wanted, those people weren't protecting anybody. They're not protecting anyone. They're putting people in danger. They're doing the exact opposite. Because, Jay makes one wrong move there. Like, he tries to take an object out of his back pocket, like his wallet, to get his ID out. They mistake it for something else. That's it. Qualified immunity, what was it removed in Colorado? Oh, that's right. I saw this on the Nerd Report. I didn't know this. They removed qualified immunity, but it hasn't been tested in the courts. This is exactly what needs to happen, right? Like, these laws can change. It's the court cases that make the legal record that other court cases can cite to these decisions. This is, it's a tough fight. Sometimes you're not going to win. Sometimes you'll fight your whole life down these corridors, and everything will get reversed by like another political movement or something. But within that time period where you've made a difference, the people that were saved from those injustices, you did do something good, even if this stuff gets reversed. So in that time, it's still worthwhile is what I mean to say, even though it's a tragedy that this stuff goes backwards. Don't ever think that it can't all go backwards. it can. Best example of that I have is the fall of the Roman Empire and the death of and because Muslims at the time, but yeah, just gonna pass this guy. At least a couple centuries that need to be resisted. Stand as functionaries of the diminishment of the gains of civilization and are a cancer on civilization in general. And not only, particularly virulent, I'm not going to be able to say that word, virulent, like mercury in the water supply. A little dab will do ya. Like very serious neurological and organ damage, right? I was pretty much resolved until a few weeks ago to leave this country and to never come back. But which was a tragedy because I have family here. I have nieces and nephews, and I would miss them terribly, and also resign them to living in what seems to be a country moving in the direction of a fascist dictatorship. All the signs are here. If you look at history, we show. I mean, we could be diagnosed with fascism right now, with early onset fascism, or whatever. I don't know if that's the right qualifier. And so, another thing that I want to do, that I intend to do, so I'm going to Chicago here to, ooh, this was a major fork in the road. Go to New York City or New York State, not New York City, no! That's all the traffic, thank you. I almost missed that. All the traffic in the world at exactly the wrong time is when I'd be approaching it too. That would be a freaking nightmare. I would just turn around, obviously, but New York City. Yes. Sorry, sir. You gotta have some amount of deference for the tractor trailers. It's a tough life. Very lonely. They're working out here. Some of them are crazy, so you might as well give them a wide berth. George Floyd, they've doubled down. They've doubled down back. And the next time there's massive protest on the street, I think they're going to be even more very unforgiving. You had like big time news people shot with pepper balls and stuff who are doing live streams to MSNBC. Like, some serious stuff, dude. Like, yeah, they don't care. So, and I've been sitting on the sidelines and watching this stuff and worrying, and my hair's falling. And more cynical. And that's what it is. Like, if you know about these things and makes you mean, and that leads you to believe that you shouldn't or can't do anything, that's cynicism. I mean, not the pre-Socratic school of philosophy, but at the modern usage of cynicism. And I don't want to be a cynic. Like, that isn't how I was raised. That isn't the person that I recognize or want to be. And thank you, everybody. saving my butt from Cynic Land. And I mean, you know, I did this postcard of like a song. Like, I redid the lyrics of Nowhere Man for DOA. But the real lyrics for Nowhere Man applied to me right there. I was being a real nowhere man, sitting in my nowhere land, making all my nowhere plans for nobody. I mean, I had a bunch of points of view. I didn't. That's where I differ from Jeremy. Who is the nowhere man? If you know the Yellow Submarine, Jeremy becomes this wonderful creature. The Beatles find him and. Oh, it's okay, Jeremy. So I feel like that. I feel like the Beatles have picked up Jeremy off of the side of the road. And I mean, I'm gonna keep crying, I think, every time I think about that. Because it is really saving a life, saving my life. I mean, they can't take these actions or whatnot, but they serve to be a catalyst, and they stand to be that inspiration for people. They have been for some time, and they continue to. Just, I love it. I love it so much. Because I was giving up. Piece at a time, I was giving away pieces of what you might call a soul. What people identify that as. And I mean, playing my own music, fine, you know, like my own musicianship, fine. Sharpening that knife, but I mean, I always did the arts and something like this. Always did the arts and not but or maybe. Because I mean, the arts aren't going to motivate everybody. They're just they're not. I mean, and some of the stuff impact. I mean, yeah, it does, and some art has the potential to like light the world on fire and change people's minds and have them look in a new direction and think in a new way. And I understand that. That's why I will never leave the field. The arts saved my life. I would not be here without music. I would not be here. No way. What's the phrase? Unalive? Yeah. That one. So I can't ever put it down, and it's where all my training is. I've put all, like, you know, 4 to 8 hours a day for most of my life since I was 11 years old, and I am 46. So you do the math. Like, stopping music is like cutting off both of my arms. And, you know, for what I've trained myself to do, it's how I'm most effective. But there's also this work, or work like it. I'm not working right now. I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out in the freaking car. It's fun. It's a nice day. It looks like, you know, the first indications out here of like winter. You know, like we're getting to see the very tail end of this thing. It'll be nice. But and the social movement, and the lifting people up, and the shining the light in the dark corners where people get lost. So Scientology is one of these places. Scientology is one of these places where people get lost. And not only, I mean, the Aftermath show and the Foundation is shining a certain kind of a light. But again, I mean, I said this way earlier in the stream. I got the impression, you know, after being interested in all of this stuff for some time and knowing of its danger, that, you know, oh, there's this national attention, it's big money, A&E, like a bunch of visibility, they've got this. And okay, so Marty Rathman, freaking, you know, Mike, they've got the receipts, they're gonna do this. And, you know, that was like over a decade ago or something. So, no, they don't have it. Obviously, by now, they don't have it. They don't. And anyway, it was a dumb assumption on my, and I'm just trying to lay criticism on myself where it's just, and I'm sure there's more that's also just. The assumption that oh they'll take care of this. That's exactly the wrong reaction facing an evil like this. And especially if you have any amount of free time and, you know, and you can afford getting involved. It's not going to, like, you know, like take bread out of your kids' mouths and stuff like that. You know, everybody needs to take care of their self, take care of their basics, take care of their family. You're not helping anybody if you're not taking care of yourself. And I mean, for me, this is taking care of myself. Getting out here, putting my person in a visible spot, and perhaps confronting Chicago PD, who's no picnic. They are not. They are not. I mean, no major city police force in the United States is. They're not. And if you think they are, I mean, just ask yourself, why do we live in the wealthiest country in the history of the world with the largest prison population? For me, it's crystal clear about that. No, none of them are picnic, but Chicago, I mean, they've got a long and very terrible reputation of cracking skulls, doing a lot of violence, people disappearing, stuff like that, you know. Just, well, coming from Boston, it's just, I'm not surprised. I grew up in Whitey Bulger's Boston. That's the way I refer to it. As the mayor at the time, Flynn, like, Whitey could have had him whacked at any time. Man. And probably the feds would have let him do it. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. But they let him get away with a bunch of other murders. They knew about him. And they all came out. It all came out. Look into the Whitey Bulger case. Look into all that information. Because in Boston, this guy had, like, cozied up to cocaine traffic. And the reason why they say they allowed him to do it is because he was an informant. Now, they're not so great. Great documentary about the court case. That follows, basically, does the timeline and follows up to Whitey appearing and Kevin Weeks and all those psycho crazy killers showing up in court. And the document, very Irish, very working class, on all of those businesses. And one of those business owners was owned a liquor store. At the beginning of this documentary, he's telling a story about getting intimidated by Whitey Bulger. And he was gonna be a witness. Mysteriously died during the filming of this documentary while the court case was going on. Documentary starts with the guy, and then bloop, it didn't hurt that James Bulger, his brother, was the president of the state senate, by the by, for just how high this corruption went in even that political circle. So, I mean, he ran that town in a way that it's hard for people to really fathom. So, Chicago PD, they're a different style. I'm going to be relying on the wisdom of the people that are... I'm sorry, guys, in the chat. The glare is so crazy, I can't see for safety driving. I'm sorry. Thank you for being here. Thank you for commenting. I will try to address stuff when and if I stop, but this is a 14-hour day of driving, guys. And I'm going to be doing a lot of driving and talking, I think. As a way of, all I'm trying to do here, like, yeah, I'm going to tell some of my story, try to humanize this person, or I don't know. I don't know what's good about this yet. I've never done anything like this before. I've never exposed myself like this to the world. You know, Chicago PD corruption, like almost all of them is around money. You know, cops are easily bought. I mean, they make not terrible money, but top 10 most dangerous job in the country. You know it. You know it because as soon as you get into that environment, you start to hear the stories. Oh, that guy died, and that guy died in that horrible way, and that guy lost a finger, and that guy lost an arm, and that guy lost an eye, and that guy, and that guy. So I work construction. You hear a lot of that. You know, working as a construction laborer, which I did, is in the top 10, or was, most deadly job in the United States. And it was more deadly than police some years, and the police overtook it over the years or whatever. But, you know, I was in there with as dangerous a job as the police. And, like, whatever kind of, you know, middle-class existence, some of them a little bit more, you know, certainly. And in LAPD, their salaries, holy smokes, that's something else again. Some of these people make like 60, 70 grand, you know, and every single time you pull somebody over, it could be the last thing you do, right? So a lot of these people, they believe that they deserve more money and they'll get it however it is, that they'll just get it. You know, when people are believe they're not paid very well, that's why bosses would be, well, you know, I think learned to have a proper incentive structure, because when you don't, almost every time your employees will steal from you. They will steal from you. They will do you over at the drop of the hat. They will leave. You know, it's Chicago PD is thus incentivized money-wise. It seems like they're going to be getting overtime to be in our presence and to defend Sciento. I mean, the unmitigated gall of the whole thing it's disgusting. But also, you know, it's been indicated that it seems the current kind of systematic corruption within Chicago PD is that they park themselves next to these gangs who are doing a lot of heavy, hard drug business right now, and you know, it's millions and millions of dollars. And so they obviously they could pay off any police officer that they want, and they do. And so when the cops are in the employ of people like that, like in my hometown when Whitey Bulger was running it, I mean, you don't know if they're coming to help you or kill you. I mean, you didn't know anyway. So it makes them particularly dangerous. I'm not afraid. It's just, you might as well know. You might as well know the culture, right? So I've been to 20 countries. I was in a band that took me to 20 countries. The worst cops that I have seen are not in the United States. Russia. Sorry, Russia. Your cops are bad. I think everybody knows. I think the word is out. Croatia as well. That was a particularly nasty border crossing with, in the middle of the night, with Kalashnikovs and three people of very small stature checking every serial number of every piece of gear, you know, hands on their freaking automatic weapons the whole time, not understanding anything that was going on. And so it was just like terribly dangerous, because if you get, you know, permission to use lethal force, dull normal intelligence, and the middle of the night, and we look weird to you, I mean, ugh, that's very, very bad. So yeah, Russia and Croatia were the scariest cops that I saw. Israel's pretty freaking scary. Oh geez. You know, I mean, as soon as you come off the plane, it's automatic weapons everywhere. That's an armed camp. That's just the reality of it. It's a lot of weapons. Got to mind your P's and Q's in places like that. So, I mean, the cops in the United States, they're starting to act like they're getting closer to that, piece at a time. And so, like, what Streets is doing is being a bulwark, holding the line, like, this far, no further, and I'm going to push you back, and I'm going to ruin your career, and I'm going to freaking dox you, I'm going to shame you, I'm going to make sure that these people know what you're really like, because your press releases, you know, reflect none of the reality. None of it. None of it. It's just happy talk for people that want to believe that the authoritarian government that we have right now has their safety at heart, which they don't. Not as a system. There are individuals within that system that absolutely do, that are protectors, that feel this, right? I mean, don't express it in the same way, or are much more reserved. But you know, the real protector types. I don't know if all of you or any of you have had this experience in your life, but there are people that I mean, it doesn't matter what the danger is. They're like, oh, well, you know, the people are at risk here. You know, you're altruistic, this, that, or the other thing. The EMT, your firefighters, you know, again, it's not all of the soldiery, but a lot, you know, some soldiers, not all the police force, but, you know, some really, really good, dedicated, hardworking people putting their ass on the line all the time in every situation for everybody's safety. And not only that, good cops existing in a culture that is that in some cases is completely corrupt. And if you're doing good policing in those spaces, that is particularly dangerous, because you serve as an example of what it should be, and by contrast, shaming what the regular people will, you know, what passes as normal policing does. Yeah, so in New York, you know, train cars have very, very, very good graffiti. And the old throw-ups, the old, like, you know, 16 feet long and 8 feet tall, multiple colors, all the freaking things. Oh yeah, street art, man. I used to know a bunch of people that did some very anarchistic, let's call it urban renewal in Boston. That's a story for another time, I think. It got a lot of attention, I'll tell you. Yeah, a lot of cops kicking down doors looking for the urban renewal people. In Boston. Yeah. So, yeah, Streets is holding the line. And people, the First Amendment auditing community, the ones that are effective, the ones that are doing it right, you know, they're holding the line. There are bad actors out there. There are people that screw up. I wouldn't say that, you know, that's the same thing. People make honest mistakes. That's, you know, it's a kind of a good reminder to know as much as you can about this stuff before you try any moves. But that shouldn't dissuade anybody from trying to get involved. It's just know what you're about. Know the rules of the game. Know what game you're playing. Know what the players are. Know what the positions are. Know, like, how the pieces move. What's expected. Like, they do this, you do that. You know, the opening moves in chess. It's kind of like the beginning of a lot of chess games can be robotic. And completely predictable. But once you get deeper and deeper into, you know, the possibilities, then it becomes fairly terribly hard to calculate. Although now we can calculate all of that. Yeah, by like, what, 1998? No problem. That was when Garry Kasparov got taken down by, was it Deep Blue or Deep Think? There was two of them. One of them he had his way with, and the next one kicked his butt. And he's of the opinion that maybe, you know, there was some double dutch going on there. Some hanky-panky. Ooh, that is a crazy new, like, Midwest-looking motorway stop here on the highway. Yeah. So all of this activity, shining a light on police corruption, shining a light in the dark places where people get lost, like in Scientology. And it's not just the religious cults either, and there's a long list of them, and they hurt a lot of people. But it's also things that, in my opinion, things that we regard as legitimate. That we regard as legit in society. Our medical institutions, our financial institutions, American jurisprudence, to me, isn't worth anything. I mean, in the Western world, like, again, it's just like, look at the outcome of it. Expensive medical system in the world, and we have some of the worst medical outcomes in the developed world. How does that work out? It works out that we're being robbed. Like, all Americans are being robbed in kind of the same way. And for me, like, a lot of the professions have been turned into Orwellian nightmares against what they're meant to be helping. The legal profession, again, a lot of the medical profession, just because of the money that's involved, the access to care. I just had a bunch of things fixed in my face, tooth-wise, and that I had a barrier to that for a very long time that was strictly financial, and I was in chronic pain for years. Where Canada's just waving you in, come on in, we'll fix that, we'll do that. And most of Europe's just go to the dentist, we'll take care of it. Geez, we don't want a citizen that's going crazy because their teeth feel like they're gonna pop like popcorn, right? So, we can pay for all of it. And this is one of my main raps. If I what they used to call raps before the genre of music, we're gonna rap about this, we're gonna rap about that. Kind of a beat term, the beatnik, which became hippies. The hippies borrowed nearly everything from the beatniks and did it worse, in my opinion. I mean, there are real artists and protesters in there, but like most of the hippie movement were a bunch of hangers-on. We're trying to be cool. Like any of these cultural movements, like within 2 years, they had the beads and they had the uniform to sell you, like the Hot Topic version of hippie. But one of my wrap up is indicating that at some point in the 20th century, human civilization gained the ability, and it's arguably in which decade and to which degree, but I think very definitely within the 20th century, human civilization gained the ability to be able to provide the basic five for everybody on Earth. And I don't think we had the ability to do it before. I don't think we had the systems of, extraction and refinement and production and distribution to be able to, extract all the materials to produce all the goods and distribute it to everybody so that they could have what I call the basic five. And I'm not the only person. But for everybody on planet Earth, and that we could afford it if we invested as a global civilization. We could take care of everybody's basic five: food, shelter, clothes, medicine, education. We can do this, and we choose not to. As a global society, we still engage in what Douglas Adams called planet-side thinking, where if you're thinking, okay, there is actually like a galactic civilization, or we get off of this planet, looking back at our conflicts over little bits of territory on this rock and resources, when there's plenty to go around. Plenty. And we have these huge populations to resist each other for resources and territory, and end up I think extracting maybe a little bit more than we can really take account for, and especially not taking account for the impact that it has on the environment, as our current system of running the world's affairs is resulting in a mass extinction event to rival that of the Chicxulub event, which is the meteor that hit at the Yucatan Peninsula that had something to do with the extinction of the dinosaurs. So there's a mass extinction event currently underway that humans, what we're doing, has a direct hand in. I'm having a direct hand in right now. I'm driving a car. I'm burning fossil fuels. I'm doing it. I'm wearing plastic somewhere. Some of this, I've tried to go all 100% natural fibers, but it's really hard. One of my raps, why things are so sad, I think, as a psychological undercurrent, is because people know that we could less pugnacious life. This not Koyaanisqatsi, not the movie itself is beautiful. But it's Koyaanisqatsi, and I forget the third one right now. But I think that also pushes these diseases of despair. I think on a subconscious level, some people know that we could be living in a much, much, much better world if it wasn't for all of the greed, all of the self-servingness, all of the stupidity. So Frank Zappa said the most abundant element in the universe is not hydrogen, it's stupidity. That guy, that looks like an undercover pickup truck. Ooh, he's acting like it too. Ooh, shit. That looks like an undercover pickup truck for sure. Yeah, it's got all the hallmarks of one. Let's see what it's got a legal tint and everything. Uh-oh. It had extra electronics, and oh, don't push that guy. Don't push him, Toyota. Don't push him. Okay. I don't, no, oh, no. I can't pass. Okay, I have to go reasonably slow now, because that is definitely an undercover New York guy. It used to be illegal. Law. A lot of places. It used to be by law. Police cars had to be clearly marked, checked, and all this stuff. People just gave over more than blues. They made some money, I guess, and they paid for. So he's moved up, and I was 10 miles over the limit at least, and so he was well within his right to ticket me, and that was going to be like a whole who knows how long affair. Who knows? I mean, I'm good. Usually, I'm not what they're looking for. I'm not the droid they're looking for. A little bit more than what I used to look like. So I'm not the one they're looking for. I usually, you just get, it happens. You get pulled over in different states, and especially you got out-of-state plates. They love that. I once picked up a cop when I crossed over the border in Utah. I was driving just straight through to go to California. No, it was Nevada that day. Followed me through the whole state. Whole state. That's a huge state. Huge. Just waiting for me to make a mistake. I mean, looked at the plate, obviously ran the plate. I didn't have anything on it, and he just was waiting for me to make one little error, and then they were going to cha-ching. They get their little fine, they get their little release money, they get you in the system, they get you having a back to contest that. You're not coming back to contest whatever it is that they did. They're going to get their fine, maybe. I mean, if it's serious enough, you got to show up for court. That's why if you're out of state and they don't like the cut of your jib, they'll follow you. Another thing that the police started to do, another police touring thing. So now we're like way off in police land here. Let's see. When did I notice this? I noticed before I knew the news story. I noticed when we were approaching the southern and northern border that we would get picked up by highway patrol and just dogged. And we would have a trailer on and just on us like stink on a pig. And I came to find out that there was a federal law passed that, it knew what the distance was. It was some ridiculous. It's like over 10 miles, but it's way more than that. I don't think it could be 100 miles. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat can figure out, but there was a perimeter that was established, like on the interior of the nation on our side. So a certain distance from the border that was meant to be policed, that was basically they were treating as the border. And that any suspicious vehicles, and a suspicious vehicle in our case was musicians with a trailer, right? You'd follow, and then, if they do anything, even slightly untoward, you tear them all the way apart. And by tearing them apart, I mean, pulling you over, taking you out, putting you on the side of the highway, sitting you all down, and taking everything out of your vehicle, inspecting everything. It's illegal. It's illegal practice. They shouldn't be able to do it. Man, wow. So I'm in country nowhere, New York. I'm not sure how good the reception is going to be here. It's going to be kind of spotty. I'm still talking about police on tour, I guess. Just trying to, because I've become aware that in this community, there's an unfortunate tendency to show deference to police that they do not deserve, okay? And that there's the holding on to the mythology that the police as an organization, not individuals, but as a system, are a net benefit and mean to help you. Now, if you've ever been in criminal trouble and you've talked to your lawyer, they will disabuse you of that notion right quick. Okay? Don't trust these people, they'll say. They're allowed to lie to you. They are legally allowed to lie to you. They are legally allowed to say, like, okay, say they've got you and your friend, and they've got you back at the station, and they suspect you of a crime, and you got 2 different interrogation rooms. They can come in and say, oh, your buddy just said this, and none of it happened. He's given the dirt on you, and they'll do it to both of you. They'll just cross that, right? And try to get both of you to dime on each other. And the thing is, a lot of criminals that are just, cops are legally allowed to lie. If they do violence to you, if they can prove that it was can show that it wasn't just like a flagrant violation of multiple laws and their own codes of police conduct, then they'll get away with it. And even in those cases, sometimes they get away with it. And whatever you're telling the police, if they're writing it in a report, and if they don't like you, they're not, don't think that they will take an accurate report. Because they won't. They will not. If it's in their best interest to not report whatever it is they're not reporting, they will not report it. And whatever it is they're in their best interest to prove their case, to emphasize, they will do it. They are not objective, they're not recording, they're not working on, for your benefit. They're not working for your benefit. So I hope this gets across to more people in this community that the police in the United States are extremely dangerous, as evidenced by 3 million people behind bars right now. Almost, not quite. It's like 2,700,000, blah, 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 blah. I think it stands right now. Maybe more, maybe 800,000. 2,800,000. But, there's half-hearted attempts at reform, prison reform, bail reform. We're going to nix this law. We're going to, stop prosecuting crack cocaine over and above powder cocaine because it's obviously racist. Obviously, guys. So, now, I don't think a lot of people, especially people that follow streets, I don't see this in Pearl Snappy's chat. I don't see this in Jay's chat. I don't see this on the message board for the Nerd Report. I don't see this around First Amendment auditors. Those people they usually get shouted down really quick. But I think there's this tendency generally. Again, I think it's a function of people don't want to believe that things are this bad and that it's all around them and that it's right outside your door. It's right outside your door that this stuff is happening. This police corruption, it's right behind your back if you've turned your back to it. And that feels really bad. That feels really bad. I know why people don't want to engage in that. That really sucks. That, But ultimately, when it's so easily benefit and really mean to protect you, it's just not true. If it's so obvious, then that gets pretty close to willful ignorance. I don't want to cast aspersions, and I don't want to be harsh to people in this community at all. I want to help. I think it's super. You're in their sights, and they are targeting you. And you think that they're helping you, and you say something that they're going to use against you, thinking that they're on your side, and they manipulate. Everybody pleads their innocence in jail. That is not fucking true. is not true. There are people in there that know. Totally fucked up, that are saying, I was the victim of this abuse. I never had a good example of what any of this was, and it pushed me into a life of crime. And it really, if you're talking about childhood abuse that leads to a criminal life, you're talking about severe neurological damage, a lack of emotional range, sometimes a lack of ability to be able to recognize others, a lack of ability to be able to empathize with causing pain in others, and knowing what all of that means. And there are people in there that know they need help, and they seek that help out. And there's a growing amount of help for this population, but there's a lot. Maybe not. That guy. He's acting like it. I've got enough room. But yeah, some of them really do know. And they know why they became criminal as well. They know why. They know their story. And some of them have been shown. But most hardened criminals are not... They're not born. It's vanishingly small number of actual sociopathy, of actual sociopaths that, like, the structure of their brain is such that they do not have the parts that feel empathy. They're neurologically incapable of feeling it. And not all of them are mean. Some of them don't know that they're being slightly mean because they just don't have it. It's like having face blindness or any of these conditions. It's not showing up on their radar. Can't show up on their radar. It just structurally can't. Yeah, there's a lot of that in criminality. And I wish more people knew that there are human beings in there, and that throwing them in a cage. You commit a capital crime in Norway, and home farming, and what they are trying to teach you is, over that period of time, over decades of time, they're trying to reinstate and reinstill in you and the sympathy that comes with that. And it works. And what the opposite? Man, I'm making in the movie, no hope. You give them no future. What are they gonna? People act how, and America treats its people like garbage. And so we act like it, and we're the joke of the world for it. If you get outside of the United States and you start to talk to people about culture, and they'll ask you, what is that? I know. Culture? Oh, you mean that junk that you foist onto the rest of the world? Really, really bad heroin I don't know. We used to have really good cultural exponents. It's coming back. It's cyclical. The money obviously ruins it. It's a very short interim track for those who know. DJ Shadow. What's wrong with hip hop in '96? If you know, it's the money. Yeah. So, not the root of all evil, just the money itself. Again, it's just like a token for power. It's a way of moving it around. It's the love of it, and it really more not the having of the money, but the getting it, the acquisition. I think because of how our society is structured, we produce these criminals, and there's just there's no mystery about it. There's no mystery about why we've got all of these mass shootings, and there's no mystery about why we have the murder rate that we do, and there's no mystery about all the everything. We don't educate people. We don't take care of them medically. If you don't have money, take a walk, buddy. Go and die horribly, is what we tell people. Go die a horrible death by yourself. And don't tell us anything about it, please, is what America has to say to you. If you get in that position, God help you. God help your family. You have cancer and you don't have insurance? Sorry. Fate worse than death, but got nothing for you in the richest country in the history of the world. Whoops. Oops. So, I mean, all of these reasons, all the reasons why I was ever in activism and trying to talk to people about all of these things, because there's a very concerted effort on the other end to blow smoke up everybody's ass forever, and the most beautiful jasmine scented multicolored freaking entertainment smoke with sparkles, well, that makes you instantly addicted to it, and it's now your like primary source of sexual release or something, you know, just like completely I need to have it. So the only kind of information that you will take is from the corporate news. The only kind of entertainment you will accept is stuff like American Idol or Taylor Swift. I mean, I don't care if you like Taylor Swift, it's pop music, entertainment's great, whatever. But I'll say this about this. I come from the theater, and I was getting paid professionally in a professional position in a professional repertory house at 16 years old. And the talk of the town at that time, of the theater town, in 94, was they're not teaching people enough. The education system is so bad in the United States. Enjoy what the theater is, because the theater isn't entertainment happening to you or at you, which is basically most entertainment that we have, like it, you know, every streaming service, all the movies, you know, every television show. You can be completely passive, and this thing happens at you. Now, live theater, the audience, every theater professional knows this. The audience is another member of the cast. And if you're not playing with that audience on that night, then you're lost. You're lost. And so if you don't have an audience that is in a participatory mode and can engage with complex ideas, you know, like, I don't know, Tom Stoppard's one of my favorites. And you can't keep up with a Tom Stoppard play, you know, then, I feel bad for you, I guess. I'm sorry they did you wrong. Because all of this information is here, all of this beauty, you know, and theater, all of the arts at once, all of the arts at the same time, a living organism of art in that moment. And I said on another comment somewhere, like the feeling when you turn a dramatic moment, like, you know, this whole cast and crew working as like one thing to turn these dramatic moments, and you see it work, and you feel the room change, and you hear people gasp, right? That's why I was there. Making impressions, showing people these emotional states, and telling great stories. And so by the year 2000, you know, theater had become, everybody trying to do the knockoff of this knockoff of this knockoff, like what the movie industry became. So like Footloose the musical, right, was so let's take this already known, already marketed, you know, property, this piece of intellectual property, and let's do it for this audience. And you got a built-in, like ability to sell a bunch of tickets, and you go and do it. You're going to make money. It's sure bet. And so then the financiers who are backing all of this stuff are like, okay, this is safer. I'm not going to need as much insurance. I'm not going to need to hedge my bets with my other stuff as much. This is This is a surefire bet. This is easy money. Shooting fish in a barrel. And then it just became like full court press, shooting fish in a barrel. To like, I don't know, one of the greatest cultures in the world. Mid-20th century American culture. Everybody was looking at our movies. Jazz, for instance, okay? Uniquely American cultural exponent. Because it exists, it's a melting pot kind of thing. Jazz is. I mean, it was dying by the 1980s. I think, well, it was Frank Zappa that said, jazz isn't dead, it just smells funny. And I agree. But I've seen like everything in decline culturally from that point, and it makes me so sad. But I know, I can't be angry at individuals because like the lack of information, the lack of education, and even presenting like, you know, literature and plays in an educational setting in a way that's like off-putting, that turns people off, like, and it's all by rote. There's no like self-discovery, like discovering this information, having it be, wow, I didn't know the world was like this kind of moments. For me, that's when I conversations with about stuff like this more and more, all over the place, and it's really more me. It's me that not really. I've tried to. I can't blame individuals for this, because this is something that's very intentional. You can make a lot more money off of a dumb population than you can a critical one, for sure. And so I think critical faculties are first one to go. And I mean, America generally as a population is so dumb that, well, if you're trying to sell anything in the world, the biggest fatted dirty dollar that is also just falling out of people's pockets and they'll shove it into your hands is the United States. As far as I know, uncritical, unengaged consumers for anything that anybody is looking to sell on the globe. And our education system reflects that. Like, our barrier to entry for the money for our education system, if we're actually trying to educate people, all this would be free in the richest country in the history of the world. All of it. You know, maybe some postdoc stuff. They'd be like, oh, all right, look. You already have a doctorate and you're on lecture tours. You can pay for this now. I'm sure there's some postdoc students who are like, no! And probably right. I don't know everything about that. I've only got a bachelor's degree, and only this year, so like, Jesus. I'm nuts. Oh no, I'm behind a terrible tanker. Don't spit a rock onto my windshield. And you're not passing the guy either. Oh, I hate it. Oh, you're everything wrong on the highway driving. Yes, you pulled out too close. You slowed down after you. I don't like it. Yeah, I used to yell every time something like that happened. That was the old me. New me. Maybe I'll discover that part of myself. All right. Oh yeah, I was was doing my setting the American flag on fire talk kind of stuff, right? Yeah, trying to rend the image of this down to what I believe it is, which is a series of scams. This is why I was going to leave the United States, because I regard institutions and organizations doubled up. You could learn from him. Double trailer. Yang Ming. Good company. All right. Yeah. I don't want to see. I was going to leave. I was so close, and I might still. I don't know. There's a lot of wonderful world out there, and that's not here. And there are a lot of wonderful people. But my family's here, and I know these systems. I know how to operate within these systems better. And I can do something about it here, rather than starting all over somewhere else and learning the ills of that place and trying to reform those, because I would definitely be trying to do that too. Tour bus, almost certainly a band in there. Oh yeah, almost certainly a band. All right. Not one of the regular tour bus. There isn't an unblackened window on that, and they've got the curtain drawn. They've got somebody's having a lot of fun in that tour bus, or they're sleeping. But it's 3. They should be arriving somewhere for sound check right now, or it's a travel day. So either they're late or it's a travel day. Because if you're not sound checking by around now, or like up on stage sound checking by like 4 to 6, it's looking like a stressful day. So another reason to stay in America and try to fix stuff like Scientology and the police and our system of jurisprudence, whatever condition it is that you change things here. And the world apes the United States. They do. We've got the money, we've got the guns. We've got power and money, and people that want power and money will emulate people that have more power and money. And we're this crappy beacon to the world. And so change here will ring out, right? So the United States going right-wing authoritarian, of course, is driving right-wing authoritarianism globally. Of course. And so there's a lot of good that can be done here. There's a lot of good. I was giving up. I was starting to give up, giving up on everything and just throwing it all away. So, I think I'm done with that perspective. I'm trying to crawl out of my cocoon here, and I'm going to cycle back to thanking this community. Thanking this community for doing that. Thanking this community for being who you are and standing in the place that you're standing with, hailstones and all sorts of stuff buffeting you, and holding the light like Lady Liberty herself in the dark. And not everybody was welcoming, no, and they shouldn't be, and that's fine. And but a lot of people were, and enough people were for me. And that's what these movements need. They need a process by which you can bring people in, you can educate them as to what this is all about, give them some of the tools to get started to doing some of the work, and give them something to do that's positive, that's worthwhile, that they can be proud of, and that pushes forward the goals of whatever it is that you're doing. And I don't think the Aftermath Foundation was doing this effectively. That's my opinion. I don't think they were welcoming. I don't think they were bringing people in. I think they were playing the top level power game. And I mean, some of that's really good. Like, I would say the PR side of it, like the releases, you know, whatever information was given to government or organizations, that's all positive. The exposing of the story on a national level, that's all positive. But if you don't try to make like a popular movement that's built out of regular folk, there's only one way. It's going to atrophy after a time and die. You're going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And you're going to be speaking to a smaller and smaller audience. That's where I saw that going. And their current tactics. It's like doubling down on dumb. You know, you thought things were going bad now. Now there's a bit of a schism. But I think this is healthy. I think this is very, 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 very healthy for the movement. That these issues be addressed, and that because I don't think millennials, and I don't think people younger than millennials are going to accept any of this nonsense. They're not going to take it. They're not going to follow a Mike Rinder. Okay, they can't relate with him in any way. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to do that now. I'm not going to do that now. Don't trust the guy. We'll say that now. Maybe later if people egg me on, perhaps. Multiple people. More like I want to know. I want to know from the survivors if what level of opinionation, like what's effective here. If it's just me fucking spouting off whatever I want, the top of my head, if that's actually effective, fine. But if something more targeted and strategic is what's needed now, I want to know that, and I just don't know. And I run my mouth anyway, so, and I may have already offered too much. That is less than strategic. So yeah, I think this new direction has a real chance because of how it's operating, because of how it's trying to engage regular folk and not in this highfalutin like network or cable television, big time cable, more grassroots. And I'm hearing that they're even shaming that tactic. I think Liz was talking about that yesterday. Liz was talking about them going after that and being like, oh, but he's making money off of YouTube? Give me a break. Give me a break from that baloney. Ugh. Yeah, you can miss me with all of that noise and mess and BS. Ugh. Just painfully stupid, I think. I guess, Mike Rinder might be listening to the Weird Al Yankovic song Dare to Be Stupid and taking it too literally. As featured in the Transformers movie, I mean, 1986 or 7, something like that. The real one. With the awesome 80s music in it. You got the touch. This new direction, and I've been trying to get word around and offer my services to very many people in this community for free. Whatever it is that I can do at this time, I've got free time, and I'm not hurting right now. And so at those times, I want to offer my services in a kind of liberal way. And I'm not sure what it is that they need. I don't know how I can be effective. And that's all to come. And I think I want to demonstrate more of my capabilities and what I can do for this movement. I love the creators here. What is helpful about what they need, and are direct and plain spoken about what they need, what is counterproductive, what is unhelpful in the moment, and dealing with the unhelpful side of it and trying to limit those effects as much as possible, and to educate the people on the periphery of this community. Trying to educate people. So I see streets all the time doing this. DOA doing this all the time. All the time. Well, DOA, geez, man. It's going to take a while for me to get into that entire history. But from what I've been able to gather, I love all of the different iterations. It's really great. So yeah. And Liz just like drawing so many hard lines and holding space for survivors. And she's like a double dipped, absolute galvanized freaking survivor. Gee whiz. I find people like that really know the true worth of things, and I resonate with that. I try to as much as I can. I resonate with that. I feel seen on Liz's stream more than many. By just how she talks, and just the mental health and addiction world. It's not everything everybody knows about, and she's just reflecting the positive side of recovery from all of that. It's great. It's just so great. Holding space. Leaving a light on. Showing acceptance, and the other thing is the forgiveness. This community still identifying, I guess I can talk about it in this way, this community still identifying Mike Rinder's damage as honestly incurred under awful circumstances is, he's been screwing up, he's currently screwing up, every indication is that he is going to continue screwing up and doing harm to people, doing real harm. And still, people will acknowledge that he is a broken man and advocate for empathy and sympathy. Now, I mean, a harder-edged look on it might see that as a mistake, as you have to let some people like that fall. And I mean, I think there's some logic to that. Sometimes you do. As an example, especially when they're unrepentant, multiple infractions over multiple periods, he fits all these bills, he fits them all. And the fact that people are still saying, and it's a product of his conditioning, is people in protest movements, I mean, it's not all the time that they have the compassion for people that offer resistance to what they're doing. They oftentimes are reflexively uncompassionate, and the knives come completely out, all the way out, and they'll cut the person all the way down at the first infraction, right? Just to show what happens. No, we are not going to countenance any resistance to what we're doing, and especially from the inside. Now, you engage in those kinds of tactics, and there'll be a lot of blood on the floor, kind of thing, and, get a lot of turnover. Not only that, I think you'll scare off a certain type of personality who just doesn't like conflict, who, thinks just, there's kind of some danger there, maybe I don't want to get involved, and there's some controversy, and they'll be turned off by it, right? And so, the way this community is able to perpetuate this compassionate side of it, and seemingly learn from all of those mistakes of former movements and demonstrate it, and not have to do it. It's not like they've rehearsed in their life. It seems that each and every one of these people is coming from a genuine place of wanting healing for everyone who's willing. I mean, even the ones that did terrible things, I mean, not all of them, but I mean, a lot of them are salvageable, or able to admit to their mistakes all the way, honestly, not just like, oh yeah, it happened, and she's, kind of equivocating and not really, we know what false apologies look like, and not actually taking stock, just shut up about it, I said I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. But taking genuine accountability and taking genuine stock and account for each line item of harm that you visited upon others, and trying to address them and redress whatever grievances may be left. There's some really, really dumb suburban drivers weaving in and out of traffic in front of me. It's like this minivan has changed lanes in front of me 3 times in the last 10 seconds. Oh, this is number 4. So, I mean, it's another set of reasons why I feel comfortable jumping in here, because it looks like the people are doing. I don't agree with everything they say. I don't agree with everything they do. Not at all. Wow, that guy looked like a super tweet. Dude, stop smoking crack. Get the fuck off my back. That's right, bitch. Sorry. Dude, he got right up on my bumper. Oh my Lord. This guy, I'm gonna let him pass me. This guy's Tweakville all day. Fucking go. So that we can all be. And And that guy's just trying to get down the road to the watering hole right now. That's almost certainly. Excuse me all. I am sorry. I did not mean for that to get harsh. But when it comes to safety, that's one of my triggers. You know, on stages, working on stages, working on construction, watching people work unsafely and working in, a top 10 most dangerous, deadly job in the world, or no, the country. People messing around, you have to get into the position of reflexively calling out, and doing so in a harsh and memorable way, because your lack of your hesitation in doing it means that the next moment the thing that you wish didn't happen can. So well, it's why I'm jumping into this movement a little more comfortably, is because it seems like, from what I can gather, more so than a lot of other movements, there's some newness and a lot of learning going on here, and I just like the people. I just like them. I don't know. Again, it's all vicarious, but I've known a lot of other activists to be really mean. And you stay doing this work for a long time, and things keep getting worse, and they keep getting worse. It'll make you mean. You're fighting on the right side of things, and things keep slipping away, and it'll make you mean. These right now are happy warriors. And I don't blame people. Again, I think I said it previously. I don't blame people for their battle scars in any of these fights for social justice, for human rights, for equal treatment, for equal pay, for women's rights, for anything like that. Because, you'll get them. You sacrifice something. You sacrifice time with your family. You sacrifice money. Sacrifice. Well, if you get deep enough into a protest movement or activism like this, you become. Well, you put yourself in like a personality type, or in like a type of activity that's just, it's out of the frame of reference for a lot of people, and so you can alienate yourself if you don't work on trying to maintain those connections. And you'll find people like deep in activist movements who seemingly that's all that they do, and they don't have another life, and they seem really tortured, and they're doing great work, but like it's eating them all the way alive. Got 2.5 hours of light, 3 hours of light, 2.5. These people are amazing. So, it seems Aaron Smith-Levin is the most business-minded of the crew that I've been able to see, that I've had the most visibility on, and seems like a natural pick for running the foundation, whatever organizations, however they're formed, whatever corporate structure, being the lead on that. The other thing is the man is incredibly photogenic. Symmetrical features, big expressive eyes, very engaging, a bright smile. He's, put him on any of my cameras or stages, I would, geez, that's a very nice pedal on your rose for your production. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. So, makes all the sense for this person to be the front-facing thing of it. It looks a lot better than my render. What am I keep on going back. I'm just I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like people like that. I don't. I know what they are. I've known what they are for a long time. And power and influence get to color a whole lot of people like that's activities. And most people are just attracted to power and influence. You know, it's gonna get you everything else that maybe you want in life or you think you want. And I find people have a tendency to forgive and forget and like let go of all of this other stuff that might be going on because the person is powerful or influential. And I think this guy has been given way too much of a pass for way, way, way too long. Way, 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 way too long. And again, like I feel like I was tricked. I feel like I was tricked. And you know, I wonder if there are other never-ends who had the same experience of me, of knowing about Scientology, knowing about its evils, seeing a little bit of it firsthand, not really, but definitely not next to anything else, not what anybody else has explained on any of these channels. No, just like a passing glance. Compared to like, you know, being shackled, you know, to the bottom of a boat. Yeah, I just wonder if anybody else was fooled like me. Into thinking that this was all going to end now. Now there's a television show. It's just it's one of the dumbest thoughts that I've ever had. It's one of the dumbest thoughts that gee whiz. The reason why I keep bringing it up, I'm trying to make it solid for myself, so that I don't make that mistake ever. It's a dumb mistake, I think, for me. I think that's Jesus. I mentioned that in the Chicago chats for the demos that we're doing. But I should have, because I definitely need that. I'm very, very, very pale, and map, and I'm like, dude, it's one road. Dude, bro man. No. Being able to I think she can pull them out. I think she can do it. I think they need to hear this voice and this tone of voice that can be somewhat reflective of the culture that they were in, and so that, okay, this was one of us, and then, you know, they can still communicate with us, and then showing this other way, like, I'm going to be an hour and a half from now, and building up to that, to tonight. Little Pittsburgh, little Cleveland. Anybody from Indiana who may ever see this, I don't like your judges, I don't. Oh, yeah. Right. Ouch. I had a baseball cap. I had one for exactly right now. I guess, you know, car visor. But I like the skull visor, because then you can just manually adjust it with your neck. the angle of the sun as this. When you're traveling west at this time of day, right about now it starts to really hurt your eyes. And for the next 3 hours, I'm going to be exercising my face muscles in a way that's going to be unpleasant by the time I stop. What is it about the seekers of the mid-20th century that found themselves, so many of them, in organizations like Scientology or the Branch Davidians, or the cult around Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, or Est, or any of the other subgroups of that, or to a degree, unfortunately, sorry very many hippies. I think TM is a bit of a cult. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I don't think you need to pay money or go to a place to learn those techniques. I don't, And the people that I know that are actually good at it, if they think they can teach you something, they will give it to you for free. They will not charge you the money. They will not sell you a book. They will not sell you a retreat. They will not bring you there and then sell you a bunch more of those things once you're there, because now you've got a sense of community with this thing no. Meditation is free, ladies and gentlemen. It's free. The techniques, not that difficult to hear about, to know the information. Take a lifetime to get anywhere close to knowledge about it. Wisdom, wow, it's a tall order. With getting actual quiet out of your mind. Actually get it to shut up. As you can see, maybe I can't do that at all. Maybe right now, not at all. And I used to do that a lot. I used to do a lot of meditation. But there's all these seekers, right? And so, World War II set the world on fire. The whole world was shooting at each other. Oh, geez. And we developed weaponry that, for the first time, human civilization could end everything. Everything. By 1955. Post World War II, by 1955, we had the world had a nuclear arsenal that could end life as we know it. And in the face of that, the horror of the two world wars, people started to look for, these big answers for meaning. There's all this devastation, instability within these structures. There's got to be a better way. And I think all of the hucksters came out of the woodwork to fill that bill, and filled it well, filled all of those wells. And LRH is one of these. He's just another huckster amongst hucksters who took advantage of the pain that was happening in the world in the 1950s as people tried to get over and forget or paper over what everybody did that was evil during that time. Yeah. It was going to be worse if Nazi Germany won. Absolutely, far worse. Oh Lord, oh Lordy Lord, for everybody and for specific communities especially, would not exist. And they had a pretty good shot at all of that. But the Allies, the United Kingdom, the empire in which the sun never sleeps. And just look into that, how much abuse the United Kingdom was doing globally at the time. And then, of course, Russia and the United States. We're not a very large organizations that protect their power and have a lot of power and influence are usually not very nice. We can't really maintain those structures by being nice. So, yeah, him and a bunch of other people took advantage of this. And so there, I think you had some very bad psychiatry at the time as well. You had some very bad psychological ideas being put forward as a way to solve these newly identified problems. I think a lot of people were trying to manage society so that it didn't get that out of control again, as it did during the first two world wars, and trying to produce a new mythology for the second half of the 20th century and the 21st to keep people in line. And this is, as far as I'm concerned, our consumer culture. This is our new god. This is our new Big Daddy in the sky. Or as Patton Oswalt says, it's our new sky cake, sky pie. Yeah, the way Patton Oswalt describes the whole God concept is, okay, so the smart people in these communities figured out, no, there's a bunch of crazy people running around, they're going to kill us all, they're going to kill that bigger than us, they're faster, they're stronger, they love it. That's all they want to do. What if we convince these kill crazy axe-wielding maniacs within our own society that everything that they do right now is going to be judged by somebody like much, much bigger and stronger, somebody like way up there, and that if they're really, really good and they don't do all of the killing and they don't keep killing people, and they don't, well, all of the other things that, I don't know, YouTube, Jesus. You obviously can't talk about complex topics on outlets like this because, well, litigation, right? So, but basically you promise that, okay, if you're fill you up for all of your days and then, you can eat more, but you won't have to, and it will always feel the best, sky cake. So, the really smart people in the village convince the kill crazy maniacs in the village, if you wait around and you don't kill all of us, then you get sky cake. And that's like our God in heaven stuff. And then people started to have arguments about like what you call the sky cake, and you have some people saying, no, it's not sky cake, I told you, it's sky pie. Sky pie is the way, right? Which is basically borrowing from, if you know The Life of Brian, the movie The Life of Brian, is the bit where Brian gets the followers and they're picking up everything and they're saying that it's this, that, and the other thing. And so, one person, it's like the gourd that he drank out, follow the gourd, it's a sign. He loses one shoe, because, I don't know, he breaks his strap, and they go, it's a sign, he has cast off one sandal, and we must do likewise and follow as he does, is almost the line. Yeah, it's the same thing as the argument of sky cake and sky pie. Pretty much. And this guy is like a weird tow package. And they're identical. That's a fleet. Those are fleet cars of undercover cars. Okay. It's probably a good idea to recognize what they look like in your community. And I said it earlier in the stream, these undercover cars on the highway, they used to be illegal. Now it's anything. It used to be flashy cars because the cop, they wanted a flashy car. They wanted a Dodge Charger, they wanted a Mustang with a racing stripe, literally a racing stripe. But now they're trying even trickier stuff. They're like beat up sedans and minivans, like Vice cops who hang out downtown and wear grubby sweatshirts and look like they might be on the street. They're not. Yes, Monty Python. I could read that one. Maybe as the sun goes down, I'm going to be able to read the chat a little bit better. Yes. My family, very, 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 very big fans of Monty Python. Us kids were exposed to a lot of culture early on. Our parents, like, there wasn't a whole lot editing and filtering of, oh, that content's too much, this, that, or the other thing. We were just exposed. It was just like, here's what the world is this, and we're not going to try to keep you from it. And, but Monty Python was super early on, often on repeat. Life of Brian especially is a revolutionary movie. There's a lot of controversy. The church did not want that to happen. There's a wonderful bit of video on YouTube. You can search for it right now. I believe it's John Cleese and Michael Palin giving interview on the BBC, doing a debate with a couple Anglican bishops, and making fools of these Anglicans, and almost certainly, I mean, one of them looks like I don't know, poster boy for predatory behavior, I guess, let's say. Like, how can YouTube, if you're listening, how can we directly address these issues and stop these nasty things if we can't call it what it is and we have to use euphemisms for it? How is that going to help? How's that going to help? Right? So the George Carlin bit, I'm steeped in comedy, love comedy so much. And that's why I love Pearl Snappy so much, because I find it to be just like the most excellent solvent for bad ideas, is to just expose them for the absurdity that they are in joke form, and have everybody just realize by like being shocked into awareness by that deceptive cadence of, oh, wow, I was expecting this idea and you gave me that idea. Woo, it's a laugh, right? So effective solvent for crazy crap ideas. I love Pearl Snappy. But yeah, George Carlin, he has this bit where, the suffering during warfare that would break people's brains, we started to use more and more kind of flowery language with more adjectives, and it serves to put us more at arm's length from the actual impact of what the concept is behind the word. And so, World War I, the 1,000-yard stare, as it I think became known after the Pacific campaign against the Japanese by the United States, of which my grandfather took part. That was called, in World War I, shell shock. Easy to understand, 2 syllables, shell shock. You know what we're talking about right off the bat. And then shell shock became battle fatigue, as he drops his battle fatigue. And then battle fatigue became another euphemism. God, why is that escaping me? I love this bit. I've been talking at length and things just fall out. Either way, putting us at arm's length from the actual effects by couching the language and, use accurate technical terms to actually diagnose people, diagnose conditions. But if talking publicly about this stuff, that you need the impact to get across to most people so that they know what you're talking about is actually harmful, and it's not, it goes to, many axioms within public speaking, is that it's not what you say. It's not the meaning behind it. Most of it is how people take it. It's how you look is most of it. People are going to accept it by their judgments about who they think you are as a person by their first visual cues. That's just how it is. Whether or not they're going to trust you, whether or not they're going to like your point of view, we'll make snap judgments about people, and then a whole list of of other things once we've categorized you, all just get applied without really being tested. I just see this happening a lot. I'm good. We're going 75. I'm good. Oh yeah, well he does use the actual diagnostic term next, and that's why I was reaching away from it, was post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, post-traumatic stress disorder is a very, 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 very real thing. I have it. Very, very real. Real, serious as a heart attack. Real as gravity. And the strong nuclear force. But when communicating to most people, and especially if you're not scientifically trained, if you're not psychologically trained, you don't know that diagnosis, you don't know the research that led up to producing that term, and people don't know what it says in the DSM-5 as far as what qualifies. So just throwing that term around in regular parlance. Oh man, you got it. Wow, I'm in good company. I love this. Thank you. Indeed. Yeah, I was pushing away from it because I'm like, I don't want to think he's bagging on the diagnosis, but it's not the diagnosis that he's bagging on. He's bagging on it being the term in common parlance to describe this. And so, politicians and the military and anybody else that's trying to support, unnecessary military interventions here, hither and yon, all over the place, which they're doing all the time, can use these terms as a way of obfuscating the actual harm that is being done and that people are going to live with for the rest of their lives. And it's in some cases completely end their lives, and in some cases completely mar their lives, but at the very least it's going to color everything else that you do. Yeah, again, it's like a very rare bird that is just, I want to kill. That's, like Arlo Guthrie. He goes in, and that's how he gets on the Group W bench in Alice's restaurant. He goes into the Army recruiter, and he says, he wants to feel the sinew and the stuff in between his teeth. He wants to kill. And he got on the Group W bench. Rare bird, but they're out there. They work for Blackwater, or the 5 different companies that Blackwater became. They're like on their 5th name now. Michael Prince. Look up Michael Prince. One of the more evil people of the 21st century, for sure. For sure. This is a supremely evil person. This is, I forget, it's the brother or cousin of the Secretary of Education under Donald J. Trump, who was, thought there should be a shotgun in all schools for potential grizzlies. Yeah, those schools in Wyoming. I know people that work in schools in Wyoming, pretty well. I've had Thanksgiving with them. They're wonderful. But, they laughed their fucking... first of all, there aren't enough guns in Wyoming per capita, firstly. What the... You're crazy. Yes. Yeah, I can't read that second one after PTSD. It's DSM-5 text. Absolutely, look it up. I definitely had to study that. Definitely studied PTSD. It's not hard to get a hand of a DSM-5 PDF if you know where to get PDFs. Basically, I'm not telling you to steal, but like, you know, if you don't have any money, there are ways to get every little bit of information that you need to be able to educate yourself. There are ways. And so don't keep yourself at arm's length. Learn how to get it for yourself. Wall in front of it. There's no reason. At least to me. I'd rather people know more of the education, know more of the information that's going to help them in their lives than, you know, engage in some commercial venture. Honestly. I think we'd all be better for it. But, yeah, I mentioned my grandfather there. Served in the Pacific Theater. Led a platoon through Okinawa. Was a platoon commander. Purple Heart recipient. Okinawa was one of the worst fighting of the war on the American side. It's the highest casualty rate in the history of the Marines. Division I on that island. One island after another is just worse and worse and worse and worse. It's just bloodier and bloodier, more and more entrenched defenses. And that one was just like a slew of surprises, a whole bunch of things that hadn't happened before. A whole bunch of stuff. And in his memoir, he told this story where one of the first things they did, they were trying to clear out, like, you know, little peninsulas, little offshoots, before they took all of the mainland, so that they knew that there weren't like little pockets stuffed away in these stringy pieces of land that they couldn't see right off the bat. And so he's leading his platoon to sweep out one of these, and they come out of the tree line, and so that they could be seen from the water for a little bit. And a U.S. patrol boat saw them and mistook them for Japanese and called in an airstrike. And they were strafed by machine gun fire from American planes 3 times. That's how crazy war is, guys. And that's not even half of it. That's not even half of it. Well, the way he got his Purple Heart, they were taking a hill, kind of, once they were on the mainland, and they were taking these, like, there were some machine gun nests and hills, and then bulwarks and all of this other stuff where they put gun emplacements and really nasty lines of fire. And they were taking, I think, their second hill of the day. And a grenade detonated somewhere in his vicinity. And the fuse of the grenade, a white-hot piece of metal, passed through his arm, in between his radius and ulna, severing a couple nerves, and so he had restricted motion in his left hand, and he didn't feel it. You know, it's just explosions and machine gun fire going on. And I guess, you know, he bled enough or something that he just passed out, and he woke up on the hospital ship out, you know, in the water, and that was the end of his war. But, you know, anybody that has, like, parents or grandparents, you know, that served in one of these things, like, you know, the roll of the dice that each one of those, we're here by an unbelievable chance. Unbelievable chance. Hard to calculate. Yeah. So, hopefully, I I don't know. Maybe Laura FM is gonna hear this later, but I want to say a little bit about her music. Now, and it's possibly, it has something to do with the algorithm, has something to do with, what I'm watching. Well, I'm just kicking myself for not having been hip. I'm so very impressed, and to me, it's all of the best things of popular music. It's all of the best ones. First of all, it's the real deal. It's genuine. I don't get one sense that any of those songs is not meant completely. And then, first off, that will impress me. Because people don't know how to tap in to something where they can express themselves that genuinely. Most people never get to a space in their life where they can do it. Most people never get there. And so that is an achievement, right? Just in and of itself. Before you get to the quality of it, right? And so it's the real deal, homey feel, meant from the heart, coming from the heart, and thus has the potential to touch hearts, to change minds. And for me, that is gold. That is gold. It's worth way more than any precious metal. So, it's just like, it's an easy catch-all term for things that are valuable, I guess. So, has that in the cards. And on top of that, you've got, right off the bat, the melodies cut like a knife through it. Memorable, immediately. In my head, Do You Feel Me is just running in my head right now. I always have kind of some background. The melodies. Just striking melodies. And then the delivery on top of that. And so, a redoubling of the genuineness through the way those notes are delivered, the inflection, the tonality, the different voices that she uses, where it goes rasp, where it goes sweet, where it goes into head voice, all in, I don't know if she mapped it all out, but it's all matching word to the action to the word and word to the action, over and over again, accurately doing that. And from a theater person, that kind of economy of moments, being able to do that and having all of those resources hitting in the same direction for something that's genuine, that's when I'm like, where can I sign up, please? Please. Proud to be a part of this number, as Jim Morrison said. Yeah, it's the kind of stuff that I always, as soon as I see it, I know what it is. And it's usually not the first idea commercially at its time, but it has, okay, we'll get there, but Oh, right. So suiting the word to the action. Action to the word. This is Hamlet. Okay? One of my favorites. Shakespeare freak. My first book report in 7th grade was on King Lear. Because I had just seen F. Murray Abraham and many others, but he won the Tony and the Oscar for that. I saw him do King Lear at the American Repertory Theater in 1989, and that was it. Theater bug, always still in there. Thanks, F. Murray. I don't know you personally. Maybe you're not nice, but that one night, that was it. It was done. So either way, Shakespeare, Hamlet, suit the action to the word to the action. And so this is from the soliloquy. It's not really soliloquy because he's not talking to himself. He's giving directions to the players, the player king, that he's gotten. So his dad gets murdered. The ghost of his dad comes back and is like, "Hey, your uncle murdered me. He sucks. Go find out. Make sure I get justice, or I'm just going to be haunting everything, and everything's going to be wrong." And so one of the ways that Hamlet tries to bring about justice, some players show up, some actors, and he's like, "Okay, so I'm going to make a play that's just like the murder that you committed on my dad, and see. I'm going to look and see if you twitch, right? If you go for this, if there's any reaction." And so he's telling these actors how to do it, and so it's speak the speech I pray you, as I pronounce prior spoke my lines. And he goes on to say, he say, "Do not saw the air too much with your hand thusly." So those that do that kind of stuff, they can take something that's good and make it bad. Turn a periwig and tear it into tatters. And instead of doing that, you must suit the word to the action to the word. And so I see her doing this expertly. And then, so genuineness, striking melodies, true intention coming through those things, vocal inflection to fit everything. So just like masterful vocal performance, in my opinion. I've been on stage with the best opera singers in my town, and ones that they flew in. I used to work for the Boston Lyric Opera Company, and I've stood this close next to the living, multi-million-dollar classical instruments of the thing, and no denying it. I mean, people could try, but I'd say they're losers. In a very stupid way. You don't want to miss out on that. But yeah. So suiting the word to it's a masterful vocal performance. But then there's the message. That message of picking people up where they're down, where they're lost, showing love, showing compassion, shining those things, and focusing on those things in life, getting over trauma, getting over tragedy, but not by ignoring it, by identifying them, by passing through. I think these songs right now at the very least, but I think we all need a good night out to be in a cathartic state with a killing band and a light show that will serve whatever it is that she wants to do aesthetically, but that will excite a crowd, and to have everybody dancing to this beat, to the same beat but in a different way. This is what I see. I think they're necessary. I think they're desperately needed in an age that is becoming more and more heartless by the second. So much heart, and in a great popular music package. So It's the real deal, made out of gold, genuine. Melodies to beat the band. Excellent execution of those delivery of those melodies. And then the message and the performance all synergistically pushing towards the same goal. So some artists don't get this. They don't get how to line all of this up. Some people just have it. They don't need to be told. I don't know which one this is. I'm guessing it's the latter. That's in my experience. It seems like Laura has the knack. To me. And then on top of that, the aesthetic. The aesthetic is like so much of the arts and of images that I like to see, how they're constructed, and it's like you're not going for commercial appeal, you're going for creativity, you're going for, you know, the weird nooks and crannies of things, you're going for... I don't like to compare artists to other artists because it's sometimes later work on screen in front of me when I watch the Laura FM videos. That's what... Oh, the wind's blowing. Okay. The aesthetic is just wonderful. And also just done. Doesn't need to be messed with. Just like needs exposure. Needs, you know, what, like the basics of marketing and PR. But like for a good reason. You just have to get something like that under people's nose and have it be repeated enough times, and they'll think it's like a real thing with legs, even if it isn't. You know, but this is the real deal 5 ways over. It's like, this is gonna hit, as far as I'm concerned. If you put the right attention behind it, it's gonna go. I mean, I want to see so badly, like a club night. I mean, I want to see her win in her own backyard, like packing out the Independent, packing out the Knitting Factory, the Independent in San Francisco, and or you know, any such venue on like a hot club night, and like having everybody dance and cry to Happy Dynamite. That's what I want. So I really think it's in the cards. Whatever may have happened in her career, like, I think the time for the absolute necessity of messaging like that is now. And it's so much better than so much of what else is being offered. I mean, there's a lot of heartfelt synth pop out there right now. There's a lot of it. And I listen to a lot of it. I try to cover the bases musically. I try to figure out what's going on now, you know, and I try to incorporate it into what I'm doing. So, I mean, recently I've been trying to, you know, figure out what the heck, like, all of the big singing ladies are doing right now. You know, what sounds are going for big tours, right? What they're putting out there. And so, you know, trying to learn all of Dua Lipa's stuff and learn all of Halsey's stuff, and, you know, trying to do drum and bass versions of all of that because I love drum and bass, because I'm a drummer and I love the feeling. I'm on the road right now, and yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll blast it out with some D&B. But I've had the best times of my life in clubs at drum and bass clubs, for sure. Yeah. Super big fan of any of them. I think the two better songwriting especially Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa's politics align with mine more than any of the rest of them. Of the thing. Oh, did I say Lizzo? I'm almost on about. And the other thing is that this 80s synth pop thing has just like blown up again. Like after the Stranger Things like introduced the 80s aesthetic to a lot of people. And honestly, like, it's not dated. It, like, the way Laura FM is approaching it, it's not just 80s music. It's taking like production elements, and what I see is like the best side of the most heartfelt members of that community writing and releasing music at the time. So it's like fucking, you know, the Eurythmics, Annie Lennox, Cyndi Lauper. I mean, you know, I know people who are really close to Cyndi Lauper. She is not faking that. She is not faking any of that, people. She's not. Yeah, the real dedicated people. I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of these stars, you know, they are really dedicated, but some of them make just kind of commercial fraught. But True Colors and Time After Time, fuck me, man. Just thinking about those songs start to make me cry. I mean, True Colors, a lot of people that, I don't know, resonate with that kind of music. A lot of people going through addiction recovery, that'll be a staple. Don't Give Up by Peter Gabriel and Kate Bush is another one. But this is where I see Laura FM in that company. Definitely in that company is an artist on that level. And maybe I've, you know, I think maybe I've given up too much of the game here. You know, I'm not being strategic with my information. And hopefully this exposes my intentions, which are, you know, it's just as, if I get any opportunity to serve that music, I will regard it as a gift. Basically. There's also something in the arts where I think the importance of it was bled out by commercialism. And so, and this was intentional, I think, after the 1960s. And the power elite of the United States saw what the culture around the counterculture produced, and produced lifelong people that would, for the rest of their lives, resist these structures. And these cultural artifacts and every little bit of it, you know, like every song by Crosby, Stills and Nash, and you know, just endless, Bobby D and all of them, were rallying points for the entire culture and communicated these messages in ways that everybody could understand and activated them. And I think the music of Laura FM has a very good chance of activating more people to being more empathetic in their lives and to recognize opportunities in their own lives where they can give of themselves more and in a better way. And, you know, that's why I'm in the arts. That's why I train to be the drummer that I am. That's why I do any of this. Is because I know personally that all of these things have the power to take people out of the deepest darknesses and to bring them into the light and to save them. Because it happened to me. Over and over again did music save my life. saved it. So, well, as soon as I think about them, I can hear them. I have replay in my brain. I can hear all the parts. I think a lot of people do. And I've really tried to exercise this muscle in my brain. But for me, it was much more hard. It was harder stuff when I was hitting bottom. Wow, I'm giving up a lot. Giving up a lot right here. Hey, Osa. Have fun. You don't want to go after me, but have fun. But you, oh, no. But, you know, a huge pain in the ass. And I would get burnt, but who would get burnt more? It was harder stuff for me. This record came out by this band, A Perfect Circle. It's the lead singer of this band called Tool. It's one of the more popular hard rock acts of the 1990s, and I would say one of the best, although their first record came out in 1989. A lot of unbelievably heavily advanced stuff was coming out of Los Angeles in 1989. Ritual de la Habitual, freaking Pretty Hate Machine, but that was out of Cleveland, I think. He hadn't moved to Los Angeles yet, or maybe he had, I'm not sure, but either way, an 80s record, it doesn't make any sense. Rage Against the Machine records their first song that year, and Tool records Opiate. All of these are examples of before everybody knew the aesthetic was going to change for the next decade. There it was. Changed. Done. And Tool is one of these revolutionary bands that has some of the more insightful lyrics in rock and roll and is the 90s answer to Led Zeppelin. Although not blues-based at all, it has the same level of impact. I think one of their cover of No Quarter is the only cover of No Quarter. It is the only one. I've seen them live twice. It is the most impressive rock and roll thing that I've seen. Maybe close second, Jane's Addiction live. Jane's Addiction, like, if you never got to see them, I'm sorry. It's the best. It's the most cathartic rock show I've ever, like, by far. Holy crap. It's like you get embroiled into like a sex cult for 2 hours and rock and roll happens. You know, it's crazy. Yeah. But so this band, A Perfect Circle, was the lead singer of Tool and his roommate, Billy Howerdel, writing these songs, and they finally got them produced. And I think 1998 was the first record, Mare de Nam, which means Sea of Names. It's a beautiful, 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 beautiful record to me. And their follow-up record is called The 13th Step. And the 13th Step is a concept in addiction recovery. And you know, no spoilers for that. You look it up. But the record, each song is like a different song, a different chemical dependency, and some myth that you might tell yourself to perpetuate it, or whatever. And I was hitting bottom. I was one of those people. I don't know if you've had people like this in your life. It was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when. And my friends were just waiting. They're like, there's nothing we can do. It's gonna happen. I was that, and was the last song on that record. The last song on A Perfect Circle's 13th Step is called I Choose to Live. And for an album about addiction, they leave it on the best, most hopeful note as like a lifeline. They crack you open in all of these ways and open you to maybe all of this degradation that you're doing to yourself, and then give you an easy song to sing your way out of it. And the message of the song is just what it sounds like. I choose to live. And singing that song to myself one night, I took it seriously. And I didn't get clean that night. But I started. I started in earnest. I started to turn around from the deep, dark pit that I was in and just tried to claw my way back out. Desperately. And got there with the, little help from my friends. I kept it secret from a lot of people in my life, all of it. Until I was out of it. I'm good at that. I've got a lot of secrets. I think a lot of people do. But I was forced at an early age to keep a lot of secrets. So that's how one of the songs, these addiction songs, or songs that, that are really useful for people in tough spots. The other examples for the newcomers that I used were True Colors by Cyndi Lauper. And Don't Give Up by Peter Gabriel and Kate Bush. And for me, because I know a lot of people that resonate with those songs, pull them right out. And I know those songs are used to evoke emotional reactions in people in addiction recovery centers. They are. I think it's a good practice. I mean, if you're in the presence of music and it provokes something for you, I think that's a gift, and something you can learn from. And showing you that there's. Oh, it's all warm. Oh no. But I was basically saying that the music of Laura FM over and over and over again can serve to be this for people, can serve to be an inspiration of, no, there is love, no, there is hope, no, I can see you, you think nobody can see you, you're a human being, you're worthwhile, you're good, love, compassion is the way to go. And I'm just I consume a lot of music. I just expose stuff that I don't like. I just expose myself to it. I want to know what's going on in the scene. And I haven't come across something that has struck me this deeply in quite some time. So much so that, like, yeah, I could be taken away with the circus easily. I run away and join the circus from time to time. It's fun. Everybody should give it a try. It's a different side of the world when you're putting it on a little bit, and you're going from town to town and raising hell and raising spirits and living by your wits. In a pocket full of gold, as Robert Plant might say. He lives from his dreams in a pocket full of gold. Didn't you know? Some dreams come true and some in a pocket full of gold. I think Robert was pretty good at what he did. You guys, you agree, Robert Plant? Robert Plantagenet? He does look like a Plantagenet to me. Pretty regal. So, and that was so I'm going to spiral backwards, I guess. And that was all connected. The importance of Laura FM's music is generally there's a desperate need for stuff like this right now, and especially in a protest movement like this one, you need cultural artifacts that give people like the good brain chemical hit, right? Because being out there on the street, it's all stress chemicals, it's all adrenaline. Adrenaline feels maybe okay for a split second, but it sours nastily and it lasts a long time. And so, I have a very quick adrenaline reaction, and I have to be careful because it can ruin my day, really. Very quick. Yeah, so people are feeling all of that stress all the time, and they're yelling and they're getting yelled at and they're threatened by the police, and this is all stressy. It's all the stress hormones as well. And so you want to counter that by having experiences, by, having functions of togetherness and having cultural artifacts that produce dopamine and oxytocin. I think it's helpful, and it keeps people in, because the stress of the thing will blow people out of a movement. It will. And the tactics on the other side are meant to do that. They're meant to make things painful enough so that enough people leave so that it's not relevant anymore. And it works. It works all the time. Pain compliance works on most animals. You're going to have to be like, Paul Atreides or something for it not to work. Put your hand into the box. Yeah, the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, if for those who know, the Reverend Mother Helen Gaius Mohiam. So, I have a bunch of dreamy dreams. They're nice. The reality of the situation is, right now, I am inspired. That's freaking great. I'm out here. Reality is, I am headed in the direction of Chicago with a quarter tank of gas left on this run. And it's been, how much am I going to get on this? Maybe 250 miles? 350, sorry. Oops. And we're here trying to find my cooler. Ugh. Not that flexible, I guess. I have some fruit juice in here. Let's see. Let's move some of my gear. Maybe I can move the cooler. So you go there. Car made by Yugoslavia goes there, and my hat goes over here, and I've got enough room. Where's the handle? There's the handle. Yeah. Oh, buzzes. Okay. All right. Hurrah vitamin deficient and maybe a little dehydrated. So, let's see. I have been on the road now for 3 hours and 48 minutes, and I've been talking that entire time. So, what does that tell you? Might tell you a bunch of different things to different people, I'm sure. Yes. This is my naked juice now. It's got all the backwash. All right. I detect a blueberry. These things are mainly apple juice, but they do throw other fruits in there. It's a pretty good combination, no added sugar. Added sugar, you know, fructose is super sugar, but all breaks down to sugars chemically. But I found fuel for, you know, being up all night and dancing, or being up all night and talking, or whatever else. Like, you don't want to be B vitamin deficient. So yeah. And I've been way more active recently because of this movement, I think. Just doing more every day, doing more, writing to more people, researching more, writing more letters, being in correspondence with people. I mean, some not reciprocal, and that's fine. I know a lot of people in the movement are getting a ridiculous amount of communications right now. There's only so many hours in the day, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know, these people don't have a staff. You know, they can't get like a synopsis of all of this stuff. Hey, you know, the basic thrust of this email is this. You know, I thought I'd bring it to your attention. You need somebody, you need an executive assistant, administrative assistant, you know, to flag all of these things, to flag the important ones, or like, you know, you make categories of important ones and you're like, flag this. It would take, yeah, like any other office work, it just takes doing. And so, yeah, but a lot of letter writing. And I write, I'm one of these people. I write letters. If there, and increasingly there is in print media, in what formerly newspapers, I guess, the mainly news websites now. You know, the old gray lady, the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Washington Post, Boston Globe. It's just all clickbait nonsense and very, very little actual reporting. And the stuff that's serious and is impactful, they get completely wrong almost all the time. It's like, it's a miracle if they get something right, you know, from the right perspective for the right reasons one time in a month. And I find myself, you know, I'll write to the actual author. You know, they'll offer a byline in an email, and I get responses to those. If it's particularly egregious, and so I'll try to start a dialogue. I'll be like, look, I took issue with this. I took issue with this. Please, like, do you have anything to respond to me about this? And some of them will. If I see typos, I'll just, you know, I'll send it along and be like, you did this or you did that. Or if I see something wrong with the formatting of an article that I like, I'll be like, hey, they messed up your picture. Hey, they did this. And I've gotten a lot of positive responses from journalists who are like, geez, I want my article represented as best as possible on the website for as long as possible. And so thank you. But the ones, you know, it's not all sunshine and happiness in these emails. I recently wrote to the editor editor of the Boston Globe and the entire editorial staff, basically, like all of the major desk managers, you know, their own editors and their deputies, the digital editor, digital managing editor, just I think it was like 15 people within well, all the people that run that paper, basically, and just skip the spotlight team because that's the best part of that paper. No flies on them. They do unbelievable work. Their thing on affordable housing is just amazing. But on their lack of coverage of the war in the Middle East right now, and I made some pointed comments. I called them a provincial rag. I'm like, look, if you guys don't want to report upon the most consequential event in like kind of global anything for the past 50 years, you're doing the New England community a complete disservice. And they tried to call them. I'll get to the response. So I just think it's unconscionable to leave New England, where the Boston Globe is what everybody reads in New England. Like some people, that's going to be their only source of news. It's going to be the only newspaper that they read. And there's absolutely nothing about a military conflict that we're involved in, and that your tax dollars are going to, and they're sending American citizens to. Well, like it or not, you're involved. Like it or not, you're involved. So, I just said, you're not a freaking newspaper if that's what you're doing. And the cover, the day that I wrote that, the cover of the Boston Globe digital edition was like a cartoon oat milk carton acting really angry and sorry. And and the story was about customers are really angry and they're taking umbrage about being charged extra for oat milk. You know, the top line story of the Boston Globe that day when there's genocide happening. So I said that, engaging in that and omitting such an important thing is unconscionable, and you don't deserve to be a newspaper anymore. You're no editor of any stripe. If this is how you're managing, we need a new word for things like that. It's not news. Well, infotainment, I think, is the word. It sure is. And so, yeah, it was biting. It was saying, yeah, your paper is a provincial rag. You've run this paper into the ground. I'm not going to say the person's name. You can look it up. And a bunch of other unsavory things. But either way, the response was, we've been having a very long and whatever qualifier they put on how she wanted to characterize their discussions as something that was actually something that I should take seriously, about whether or not what she called a local paper Boston Globe was not a local paper. When I started reading it, they had bureau desks that covered a lot of the globe. They had a lot of people that were actually out there in the world. They're foreign correspondents, this really hardworking stuff. And there was like a more hard-nosed bent to it than some of the New York Times. It's harder hitting stuff. And well, by the internet revolution, the bottom fell out of the money of it, and the New York Times Corporation bought the Boston Globe. And turned it into like what it is today, I guess, which is garbage. Besides the Spotlight team, didn't no flies on them. They're awesome. They do the work. They do the work. Each and every single one of their series is just, I wish all journalism could be this good, and it isn't. blue line flag. Yuck. That's against the damn flag code. I think military people know that more than cops. I think there's a lot of things people in the military know more than cops that they pretty much despise cops for. One of them is the easy use of lethal force. That I know, I've heard a lot of vets be like, these cowards, they're just cowards. And it's difficult using that term for people that put their lives on the line every night going out, or day going out on the street. And again, their life's in their hands every time they pull somebody over. You don't know what's going to happen. It's a dangerous as hell job. But that's the job. And so the retreat into more and more reflexively using lethal force for more and more minor, less and less serious infractions needs to be addressed. And the people that just reach for their gun and shoot first and unload or whatever else, and the practice of unloading so that you say I was in a mental state, in fear for my life, and unloading your clip is proof of that, needs to end. And it's only going to end if everybody does it. It's only going to end if the voting population refuses to vote in politicians who will support police practices anywhere close to like that. And so that's not going to happen right now. That's not going to happen in 5 years. It's not going to happen in 10 years. That's a generational project for what's going on in the United States. It's a generational project. And a lot of these fights, if you want to change something on that level, and it's also why a lot of people get out of the game, is because it takes too freaking long for them. It wasn't going nearly fast enough for them. It's what they were afraid of they stumbled into view. It wasn't nearly fast enough for them. Same thing, changing the education system 25 years with an option for renewal. That's what it is. I've known people who have dedicated their entire lives to these fights, and it's just, they're still there. And they're like, yeah, minimal progress. And the Reagan administration in the 80s really took back a whole lot of that progress, and we've been fighting ever since to get back that ground. Well, so I talk about a lot of mortal things. I think about a lot of really serious and mortal things. I express a lot of outrage for stupidity. I was raised by two parents who each have a profession that's dealing in life and death situations. And so my mother's a pediatrician, is retired, well, still is. I mean, not technically, but yeah, pediatrician for that long. So she's bringing people into the world. And my father developed low-income housing for the elderly. So, trying to do developments 800 square foot efficiencies that people can afford in the city on Social Security. So, making efficiencies where you'd have an all-in cost of I think the last number he threw at me was $232 per month, and you get an rent on an 800 square foot efficiency, and you get basic services there. There's a nurse on staff. There's an exercise room. There's activities. There's trips. There's all this stuff the regular programmatic stuff that you'd have in one of these facilities. And it's independent if you want. And some people in those efficiencies live independent lives and be able to afford it on Social Security. Last little bit of nursing or hospice care. And the difference between that and putting somebody in like a for-profit nursing home or assisted living facility is night and day. I mean, it's the difference between like the family having to sell all of their assets to be able to house grandma, and just having the government pick up a little bit of it, which they can afford. Richest country in the history of the world. You think we try to take care of the greatest generation, but it's like we have a record number of elderly homeless people on the street right now, and the number is growing. Record number of vets, record number elderly, I think we're hitting, just general homelessness. We're getting bad. Well, as housing prices, they're not abating. There's nothing, and there's no plan to solve it. It's just all the invisible hand of the market. And it's putting people on the street who could otherwise live and lead productive, effective lives. Ooh, this illegal tint on the windshield. Illegal tint on the windshield. Oof. I'm going 5 miles over the limit. Oof. I don't like it. Illegal tint on the windshield is only one thing. Only one thing, ladies and gentlemen. There's no ambiguity there, right? Holy shinobis. Come on, Mr. Oinkies. Let's go. Stop smelling my rears. I did everything right. I signaled. I am oh my Lord. It's a little Death Star of an SUV. Oh Lord. Oh God. I hate New York cops. I hate them. Oh man. There's a certain arrogance of New York cops that I particularly don't like. Like, there are other corrupt cops that just don't take themselves as freaking seriously as New York cops. I don't know. Something about, like, looking at a bunch of signs during the day that says the Empire State, maybe it makes them think like they're centurions. I don't know. But, I've dealt with cops in a lot of states. Well, if you're in a crazy psychedelic rock band, if you're in a crazy psychedelic rock band and you're kind of a weird activist and, you're going to run into the cops. And you got to know. It's one mistake that you make in their presence and your whole life is done. And they don't care. They don't care if it's right or if it's wrong. You do the thing that pisses them off, that they don't like. I do not want to catch up to that. And that's the end of your life. And so, you gotta know the game. And if I'm not protesting and I'm just trying to, I don't need to give cops heck if they're just, if they're pulling me over for like an out tail light or anything like that. When I get pulled over, and I don't speed too much. I don't drive dangerously. There's not a whole lot of reason to. So I don't get pulled over that often. But, your equipment fails, right? You get a bad light out. Something happens. Some people are so anti-cop that they're like, even they're like, and what? If they're trying to roll me, if they're trying to do all that, then the activist starts, right? But at a baseline, there's just another person here, in the middle of the night, usually, who's doing a very dangerous job. And so, you know, car off, radio off, keys on the dash. They can see them, hands up on the wheel. So, and relaxed, just like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, yes, I'm getting that fixed tomorrow. Thank you so very much for letting me know, because they are actually helping you. Brake lights, all that stuff. They're safety features for a reason. They actually save lives. They really do. And you know, I'm an anarchist, but I'm not stupid. I'm not that stupid. I am stupid in other ways. Stupefied in some ways. Yeah. I think that's a really good practice. Knowing when to pick your battles, knowing when to engage in a particular way, knowing when to turn it on and resist. Because there is a point where they're going to try to roll you if you're resisting them. The bad stuff that they want to do. And there's plenty of that. Yeah, Nazi cops, they can F off. Just like Nazi punks. They can do the same. This is Jello Biafra said. So, oh yeah, okay, my bad run-ins with cops. So, well, I grew up in an affluent suburb of Boston, and there wasn't much policing to be done in my town, and so they focused on the small ball stuff. And when I was a kid, that was skateboards and graffiti. And so I had a skateboard confiscated, and that's just like annoying. They're trolling around, they're bugging you. My skateboard, you know, that's annoying. And it's I mean, I was definitely aware of the injustice of the world. My parents are relatively disestablishmentarian types. Gave me some kind of healthy resistance and criticism to those ideas and the people that promulgate them and the style with which they do that. But the first really bad cop was that when I had a gun stuck in my... Yeah, that was the first one. So a 17-hour workday. All week was about 100-hour work week, something like that, like 6 17-hour days. And I was doing one of the, like, third or fourth one of those, and came up to the corner of this intersection, and just in time to see a black Mercedes go through an intersection. It had the light, but just as this homeless individual on crutches, no less, stepped out into the road, just wasn't paying it, just, I'm going now, you know, and was not aware, and stepped out in the middle of the road, and this kid hit him, and the guy, he went down not only hard, but bad. So, like, no bending. It was all like a kind of like a tree falling, and his head took the full brunt. Just, oh God, it's the last thing I need after this. And there happened to be a construction site across the street, and city ordinance at the time, and I think still is, although some people are trying to have it removed, is that an off-duty cop is required to be, time and a half. You get overtime pay for doing security for construction, any construction site of any size. Like, you're lifting up a manhole, you need a cop, kind of thing. And there was a little road work, or maybe they were doing, cutting into, they weren't doing a water main, but they were cutting into the road. And so, this guy's run over this homeless guy on crutches. It hits his head really hard on the road and immediately starts to see. And the police officer is running security, comes over, crosses the street, and knocks on the guy's window. Chinese, but doesn't really matter. It seemed to be like, hanging out in Chinatown, and somebody with that much money and is that young and is hanging out in Chinatown at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's usually only one reason. So, and I know all about that. I've seen it's just my idea about it. I've just seen too many actual freaking examples of that to think otherwise. But I didn't know this person. I didn't see what they did. Besides hit a homeless guy. And so this cop's knocking on the window, and the kid just freezes. The kid freezes at the wheel and just staring straight ahead. I mean, I could see it. I could see it from where I was standing. No, this all happened so fast. I wasn't standing. I turned the corner and I was in motion. So, cop orders him to open his door and come out of the car again, or he's going to pull him out of the car. And he's just frozen. And the cop draws his gun, draws on him. And the kid's still frozen. And that looks like, oh, damn it, this kid's going to die. This kid's going to die. And at that point, the passenger decides to get out of the car. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and however you identify, never do that. Never, ever, 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 ever. When a cop has his gun drawn, make another move outside of the vehicle without orders. I thought this person was dead. I thought they were dead. Because immediately, gun goes up, get back, like, rained on me at that point. I'm in the line of fire. Directly in the line of fire. And, whatever, I mean, a stray bullet could have gotten me easily, but, if he actually squeezed one off. But, I mean, he was the car, not width away from the person. They were done if he decided to fire his revolver. And they got back in the car, and at that point, the kid his spell broke, and he opened the car door, and he was very, 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 very roughly arrested. And I counted my blessings and went on. And I was like, oh shit. There was no need for that. I mean, yeah, the guy, he hit somebody. He hit somebody. And he did serious injury to this person, very probably. And that's serious. It's a serious thing that just happened. Now, this police officer did not attempt to de-escalate. It was all top-note adrenaline. This kid could not at the same time believe what was happening, what had just happened. You know, his whole life is flashing. You know, this is me now. You know, I've killed somebody, manslaughter charge, all that. And maybe this cop's going to kill me right now. And just froze. 20-year-old? Yeah, maybe they're just going to freeze for a little while. They're going to freeze for a little while. They're not going to be able to respond. And this happens to people with cops all the time. Is the super aggressive escalatory tactics in the presence of like non-lethal force. You know, the kid didn't have a piece. He wasn't like it was a car accident. And it was, I mean, this is like all transpires in like under 20 seconds. So, you know, I was like, okay, all right. You know, I've heard about all this. I've seen it on the TV. People tell me, you know, my friends that, you know, grew up in the harder places of Boston, you know, tell me about this stuff all the time. Well, here it is. Because that kid could have been dead. Easily dead. His passenger could have been shot easily. They made a mistake. They made a terrible mistake that might have cost them their lives. And it's an easy enough one. He's ordering him out of the car, and the passenger gets out, like trying to be like, we're doing something. We will follow orders. Please don't kill my friend. Please don't kill my friend. Cop doesn't know the difference. Really, the cop in that state didn't know the difference between, you know, somebody trying to display compliance with their orders with somebody who's just like misunderstanding, you know, the situation there and making a terrible error from a threat. It was just an immediate threat. This person is getting out of the car to kill me. Get back in the car. And was willing to kill that person right there on site. Ready, willing, and able. Almost. I mean, looked like it to me. Pretty deadly. So that was the time I had a gun pointed in my direction. Not really pointed at me, like the person intended to kill me and was threatening me with the point of a gun. That came later. And that didn't involve the police. This is just a crazy person. This is what happens when you do shows sometimes. Crazy people. People have all sorts of ideas about what shows are meant to be. You know, they get big fluting ideas about who they are and about, you know, what they're owed in certain situations. And if they don't get it, oh, well, you might see some real freaking crazy at that point. So, band I mentioned way, like 2 hours ago. Generic, the band from Boston. Oh, well, they're really from Atlanta. They're high school kids. Wrote a bunch of songs. They're beautiful. They're some of the best indie rock songs that I've ever heard. Anyway, we're playing this show at this small club in Somerville, Massachusetts. That, we did this series with a DJ from the rock station in Boston, WBCN. At the time, it was really rock and roll. And they still had individual DJs that did their own programming. That station had not yet, at that point in the year 2000, been taken over by Central Corporate Programming. Because that's what radio stations became, all of them. All the ones in Boston with like 2 years. Because they deregulated the radio market. The FCC did. Under Clinton. And independent radio died within 4 years. The entire game. And this was one of the last guys, DJ Shred. And I'll always remember this guy. because he was the first one that was like, yes, I want to support this. He was seeing what I was seeing, and I just all the appreciation for that. And he promoted the heck out of this gig. It was a really nice night. A lot of people came out, and it was towards the end of the night. No, it was the end of the night, and people were packing up. Or we were just having some drinks before we loaded out. Actually, yeah, it was the rare time where we weren't being shoved out the door. And my parents were there, and my sister and my brother were there, and it was really nice. And I was smoking a lot of cigarettes at the time, and I was outside with my sister and another friend smoking cigarettes when this gentleman who identified himself as Brazilian. So I was about to say Brazilian gentleman, and you're like, by sight? Hey, does all South America look the same to you? No, they don't. He told me. And I mean, this guy it was a serious mean drunk. Like, he was really drunk, like central nervous system depressant symptoms all over the place. But was still standing and still could put sentences together. So, like, oh wow, this is real hardcore liquor type. And he just got kicked out. And he got kicked out for hitting on the promoter's girlfriend. And he was hitting on DJ. He was being real forceful. And as I came to find out after this event that he had hit on my sister, he had tried to chat up my mom. And he was just making the rounds. It was really disgusting. And so he comes outside, and I didn't know who he was. And he goes, "Hey, you gonna have a cigarette?" And I'm like, "Sure, yeah, here you go, it's a cigarette." And he goes, they don't treat people like this in Brazil. I'm from Brazil, and they don't treat a man like this. And it's like, well, I hope you have a better time next time, or maybe you have a better time in Brazil. Have a good night. So he crosses the street and gets into a black Chevy Suburban. And this club's on the corner of a cross there, of an intersection. And he pulls it forward enough to whip it around in the intersection, pulls up in front of the club, and he reaches in the back. I can see him leaning over the seat, and he comes up with this long object, and I'm like, I hope that's a fucking bat. And he racks a chamber into the thing and points it at me. And I'm like, that ain't no bat! And grabbed my sister, grabbed my friend, threw them into the club, and was everybody, yelled, everybody get down, everybody get down. There's a, shooter. Everybody get down, there's a gun. He didn't do anything. He didn't shoot anybody. He wasn't going to shoot anybody. Who knows if the thing was even loaded? I wasn't about to find out, the hard way. I wasn't about to find out the hard way on that one. Just weird people show up to shows. Weird people that think they're owed stuff. And again, all they know about you is what you just sold them. They don't know you. They think they know you. They think they own you. Some people that come to shows, they think they own you. You're another piece of property. It's bizarre. You get on a stage and you act a certain way, and I mean, you're not a human anymore to some people. And even as fans, you're not a human anymore. You don't need to eat. You don't have foibles. You don't have quirks. You need to be this pretty little package, or they're not going to accept it. And if you show them anything different, they get real angry. I don't like that. So, I think those are the 2 times that I've seen a gun pointed at me. One of them was like, yeah, I could have been shot. The other one was, that guy meant maybe if the gun was loaded. It was like, I mean, I was standing on the sidewalk. It was, I mean, it's a maximum 8 feet, 4-foot blocks of concrete. 2 of them, right? So maximum 8. But I was standing in the middle. He was 4 feet away from me. Like, he would blow me in half. He'd blow me in half. I don't know if any of you have ever fired a shotgun before. It's no joke. And if it was buckshot rather than birdshot in there, yeah, you would blow in a hole and be a mile wide. And they'd, Humpty Dumpty was not getting back together again. That was fun. Yeah. But it's all the rough and tumble world out there of a rock and roll. So, let's see. What y'all doing? Oh wow, this is like William Good style. Jeez, I don't want to cop his stuff. Oh, what? Whoopsie. Oh, right on. Okay. You didn't know how to follow? Well, my handle changed once at the request of one of the mods of Denver Audit, because they were saying that it was difficult for people to find me because my handle name was so different from what appeared on screen. There are 2 different things, and how my name appeared in chat was different from how my name appeared in comments, which it did. So it was at selfless self, and then on the comments it was at underslunked in past tense. So let's see. Here the body. Could hear trying to tell them he was. Oh no. This happens all the time. That's terrible. This happens all the time with people who are a little bit different out on the street. The mentally ill. Just, cops, they're so defensive. The warrior ones, they just want you to show deference. They don't care. Whatever it is, total deference now. And so, kids with autism, kids with depression, people having like a mental health crisis. Besides, somebody that just can't take the commands because, they don't have a connection between, the signal generating processes in their inner ear and their brain. And it indicates to me, again, like there's a practice of hiring dull, normal people to do these jobs who don't know anything and give them ultimate authority over people in society, and how dangerous that is. How dangerous that is. And you're not protecting anybody by having thugs like that out on the street. You're not doing it. We're not any safer. And the talk from the right is, the solution's more guns. More of them. Now, I'm not afraid of a gun. Like just as an idea or as an object or as a tool, it does a thing. There are other dangerous things that do things. I don't find that I have any use for a gun. I don't hunt. I generally eat vegetarian, but, you know, I'll eat fish and kind of, I don't know. Last year I tried eating whatever people served me, and I just don't like eating meat, I don't think. So, and that's fine. But, you know, there is a necessity in a lot of areas to, you know, be able to hunt for sustenance. And, you know, heck yeah, guns. Heck yeah. I'm not afraid of the gun. I've fired most of the types. I haven't gone full auto. It's like, why? Just to feel it, man. You know, I think that's generally what people are all on about. I think so. About guns. Welcome, everybody's here for this, what is a soliloquy, I guess. Well, I'm trying to explain that, you know, the sun's going down, there's a lot of glare, can't read the chat, driving, these people are crazy, it's rush hour. So, I'm gonna have to stop pretty soon, then I'm gonna check the chat. Okay. Clarence. Service area, 15 miles. So I'll do it then. But yeah, I fired a Kalashnikov style rifle, just not at full auto, semi-auto, right? Which, I mean, unless you're in like a crazy firefight, you don't need burst fire or full auto. You're gonna do it one at a time. And that, out of all of the other guns that I fired, and I don't go to the range. It's just like, I know people that have guns, and I've been over their place, and they're like, you want to have a go? I have, you know, like a ranch in the middle of nowhere with like 1,000 acres. Do you want to go to this one spot where we fire into the side of a hill? I'm like, oh yeah, let's shoot some skeet. All right, cool. And blow up some bottles. You know, stuff like that. And it was just the first time I fired like a Kalashnikov style assault rifle in semi-automatic. It scared the hell out of me because it's so easy. It's so easy. So easy to be accurate with a crazy deadly round. Muzzle velocity and full metal jacket. Like, woof. Just, I mean, no wonder, you know, no wonder the AR, you know, is so popular. It's just like, you need no skill. You can have like a very low IQ and almost no training and hit a target with one of those, I think. Next to a shotgun, next to shooting, it's a very efficient delivery system of hot lead. And just the fact that these weapons are in private hands and in all of these different configurations, you know, the scopes that they have, the bump stocks, the freaking the extended mag, the everything, man. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, they're all bad. I mean, to me, like, they're a useful tool for some things, for self-defense. Some people will need them for self-defense or think that they do. Fine. It's just not my bag. Well, I mean, like handguns. I don't mean to make handguns seem any less bad, because those are people killers. There's no other reason. to have a handgun. The reason why you have a handgun is you just have it in your hand is it's the concealability. Okay? So you can sneak up on another human being and end their life if you have to. Or that you can carry around and implement, so that you can deal out deadly force. And so, the original kind of thrust of the NRA was gun safety. They would train people in gun safety, they would give courses, and they were an advocacy group for that, and that's what your membership was kind of paying for in like the 60s. And then they became a political organization. And then they didn't do anything like that anymore, and then they started to basically be like a lobbying arm of gun manufacturing. I think everybody here knows this by now, but at least we should. That's another reason why I was going to leave the country. All the gun deaths. It's not good. Moved his daughter and his family out of the United States for the express reason, I do not want to live my child. I do not want my child growing up in a country where if they're going to die, they're most likely going to die by a gun. And they're out of here. And almost everywhere else in the world, that ain't true. Almost everywhere else. But again, I remember, I was feeling like this. I was thinking who does a lot of, outreach and helping of folk said, Oliver, I know this stuff scares you or horrifies you. This is terrible. It's an evil society. I agree, it is. And you can see all of that. And so in that state, you are best prepared to be able to do something about it. Do it because you have the information. And so if you want this to change and you don't want to resign all of the rest of us to a terrible fate, maybe stick around and see what you can do about it. And thank you to that person right now. Oh, I better be able to make Clarence. Oh, man. 6 miles to Clarence. Clarence Whirly is a line playing a pimp and seemingly a drug dealer. But it's mainly a pimp in that movie. So it's 6 miles away. I'm gonna pull up and take care of business every day. And I'm gonna take it to the streets, and then you gas up the car. But before I do all of that, I'm gonna check this chat a little bit and see what y'all have been saying. And it's generally, I see that it's a lot. I mean, we're low single digits for most of this ride, and it's nice that any of you are here, and it's good to have any kind of company, however far removed. Even though I'm not interacting with the chat because I don't believe it to be safe, or at least I'm not safe doing it. Not right now. Especially the changing of the light. The changing of the light is the worst, and especially driving west, it's the worst. And it's not just you, it's everybody else that's out here. It gets worse at this. Once it's dark, it gets better. change. All right. Clearance. So, I was hoping, yeah, I'm going not as fast as I would like, I think. It's going to be one of those things where I'm going to have to make a calculation at some point, I think at about like 10 o'clock at night, to push through, go over, drive through Indiana without stopping, get past Gary, and then find the best accommodation. Or to stop in Ohio and do the rest of it and just kind of show up closer to the site tomorrow. Gonna have to figure it out. I don't know. I'm playing it by ear right now. This guy's pissing me off. He just stopped short on me. He's dragging a trailer, 2-axle trailer. He's got a lot of stuff in there. So it's going to be slowing down in a way that I don't like. Ugh. Sun right in the face. Make that big orange disc go. Oh, wait. Come again next time. So, yeah. So, buttons. I don't know what to expect for this weekend because there's some shifting stuff on the ground here where this movement has their first serious encounter with the nation, with serious folk, serious that I wholeheartedly disagree with, and some of them have come by them, by having really hard lives and finding this way out, finding some kind of order and regularity, a sense of purpose, a sense of community. Like you're protecting people, and or if we're not going to see them at all, or did you slow down? You slowed down. Okay, good. Yeah, I think I'm unaware of other encounters where you had the potential for we're protesting in the city that has the national headquarters for the Nation of Islam, and so there could be, their membership is low, and it's historically low. They aren't getting new members, and so that's why these two kind of failing cults have joined forces, because they're both doing terribly. Okay. Ugh. No gun carrying unless, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no. And you really have to try. Let's see. Thank you, Lorraine W., so much for sticking in there. Tried to follow you. I saw that one. I saw a vid about yeah. So stupid. Oh, knows the reaction times. Great to hear. Face. Yeah, dopamine. Yeah. Laura FM just told her channel about you. So I knew. Okay. Oh, wow. Laura shouted me out. Jeez. Plugging you on Laura's. Oh, thanks, Mandy. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Her artistry is amazing. So, what? Oh, pup groomer. Hey, just finished the project I've been working on for the morning. Now time to grab a shower. I guess it's really unstable here at the truck stop. The connection just, hey, bring it back. All right. Now, Lorraine, thank you so much for keeping me company here. All right, the biggest thing I see in all the squirrels is the more that happens, the stronger the feeling to carry on. This is a mountain, but we keep striving for the summit. Absolutely. It sure is. Yeah. Journey of 1,000 miles. I've been made to feel not good enough. Oh no. Yeah. That exists there, that is, and reminds me of Boston. Transmission. Let's see. I'm a survivor, I've been playing. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Made it curious. Oh, wow. Homeschooling. It's good if it's good. And I mean, there's more resources now, but I mean, that's a heck of a lot. Give me some Aussie and AC/DC. All right. Yes, indeed. It's not definitionally hatred or disrespect if you just don't agree. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even some, self-righteous indignation. There should be some space for that. Allow people to vent a little bit, and then once they've gotten there, if it's not terribly offensive, if they're not being personal, to try to bring them back to the conversation. Well, selfless self, it's never the short sounds, not the os. Duh. Not exactly. I think that's funny. Not exactly sure what that's in reference to. Are you gelling? Hello. No worries. Tokyo for a marathon. I'm gonna run past the. Facts in my. Thank you. And we're back. Okay, so that was the beginning of the second stream. Wow. Thank you two, for hanging out. I'm just gonna take care of myself, gas up, and I'm gonna go live again. Thanks again. See you soon.